Thank you, Andre. I want to also thank the Chicago branch for hosting these events. And even though it's virtual, that's part of the theme is being strong enough spiritually to live in a world where we're surrounded by these subnature forces. We have to kind of counterbalance that by rising into the realm above the upper boundary of nature, which can be referred to as supernature, which begins with the etheric and then the astral and then the lower and higher heavenly worlds. That's part of what's largely missing in this world of technology. And so that's a big challenge related to the theme today. And I want to, welcome everybody. And this is kind of a building of a soul spiritual community using this virtual crutch, you could say. But at the same time, it makes it possible to live into this new dimension of human consciousness, which could be referred to as a planetary level of consciousness, where we experience the earth and humanity as one great whole. And there is an etheric dimension to this possibility aside from the virtual and technological one. And so this is part of the topic I want to share today. So let me share the screen. So the mystery of evil and the incarnation of Ariman. And then there's the need for a Michaelic response to this great challenge of our time. And those who have become members or friends of the Anthroposophical Society, which is grounded in the anthroposophical impulse that originates from Rudolf Steiner and many of his students, that we have then the burden of working with that knowledge and the deeper insight it provides, and look at how we can contribute in this present stage of history to these great challenges that we'll be looking at today. I wanted to start with this verse, which is considered the verse for America, given by Rudolf Steiner, since America is very much related to this theme. May our feeling penetrate into the center of our heart and seek in love to unite itself with the human beings seeking the same goal, with the spirit beings who, bearing grace, strengthening us from realms of light and illuminating our love, are gazing down upon our earnest, heartfelt striving. So I wanted to just briefly look at this rhythm of the year and the festivals which occur in close relationship to the solstices and equinoxes, which, if we create a spatial image of the cycle of the year in terms of the planetary motion around the sun, then we have a kind of a cross. and that these 4 festivals can be seen as gateways into the new sun mysteries. And Steiner gave several lectures towards the later period of his life on this theme. One is the 4 archangels, who can be seen as guardians of these 4 thresholds to the new sun mysteries. And for this winter gateway, it's Gabriel. And this is taken from The Cycle of the Year, an illustration by Rudolf Steiner that was given on April 8th, 1923. We just are entering that turning point of the longest nights, at least here in the Northern Hemisphere. And tomorrow is the winter solstice. And that is kind of leads the way to what we can call the holy nights. And as to why this theme is relevant at this specific time comes to expression in what Steiner says at the bottom there, under midwinter. He has above it, beware of evil, temptation through evil, consolidating of the intellect. So in the winter, in terms of the Earth's breathing rhythm, which Steiner speaks of in this lecture cycle, that in the summer there's an expanding of the Earth and its elemental beings out towards the sun, and the Earth is actually in more of a dreaming, sleeping condition. And in this winter period, the soul of the Earth and these elemental beings are drawn in, and there's a waking up, and the Earth is surrounded by a sea of spiritual thought life that is originating from the hierarchies who are there above us. So Rudolf Steiner indicates that if we want to look at intelligence in a higher sense, then we need to see it as the interchange between the members of the angelic world and those of the archangelic world and the archai, etc., which are those that are closest to us, who work in the service of the second hierarchy and the first hierarchy, which together are a kind of ninefold choir that mediate the Trinity, which stands above these. And so we can see in that Christmas story, for example, how the wise men from the East who could still read the starry script and were following the star of their great teacher, which is the golden star of Zarathustra in a way. And they had followed it to this realm of Palestine and came to Jerusalem. And this was the time when King Herod was ruling, and the presence of these kings stirred up controversy, and Herod called his counselors and wise elders together, and this understanding that they were seeking the anointed one, the Messiah, which the Hebrews had been waiting for. And so these elders were able to tell Herod that this was expected through the lineage of David, the house of David. And Bethlehem was then one of the geographic places where this could possibly unfold. And Herod, which saw this as a threat, and sent out his soldiers to kill all of the children below a certain age in that region. So that on a larger scale is also there in the book of Revelation with the imagination that really belongs very much to our time of the woman standing on the moon, crowned with the stars and clothed with the sun. She could be seen as the queen of the night, the Isis Sophia being, the goddess of goddesses. But there's another part of this picture, which is the great red dragon with 7 heads and 10 horns who appears and seeks to devour that child and prevent it from coming to birth. So there we have a kind of picture of the second coming having a similar dimension to where just as Herod sent out his soldiers to try to prevent this birth, we now have this enlarged version of that in our time with this 7-headed, 10-horned dragon who seeks to devour the child. But the child is nevertheless born, and we've been living in the time of those birth pangs. And this is really the higher self of humanity that is now being born since the 1930s in the etheric realm. And this is a kind of a new resurrection. But now we live in the age of the Holy Spirit. So through this resurrection, there's an envelope of resurrected thoughts around the earth. That's the beginning of the building of the New Jerusalem. That's the Christ's contribution that we can tap into. And Rudolf Steiner began talking about this event back in 1909. So he predicted that in around 1933, it would be a very important time for human beings to wake up. And as we know, that's also when Hitler came on the scene and National Socialism wreaked havoc throughout Europe, and America got drawn into that war. And so those, again, are the forces of the dragon that seek to devour the child. So in 1919, in the fall of that year, which was at the time when the First World War had reached a certain conclusion, and it was a very devastating time for the people in Europe in general, and Germany, where Steiner had been working, which had most of the anthroposophists at that time, was in a very sort of devastated state. And that's when Rudolf Steiner gave the new impulse for the threefold social order during those latter years of the First World War and into the earlier part of 1919. And that's also when he began to help launch the Waldorf school movement, which is one of the strongest expressions of the anthroposophical impulse worldwide. So these lectures were given, all of these dates listed below and the cities mentioned there. So Rudolf Steiner traveled to these different places. And some of what he said is he repeated in those various places, but he often also added something new. And so I'd like to just look at a kind of an overview of what he brought, and that has to do with a threefold unfolding of these beings: Lucifer, the Christ, and Ahriman, that each of these would have a specific point in time where they give a strong impulse to the earth. And we know if we go back further from this chart I've put together here, Lucifer intervened in the middle of the Lemurian period, which is a recapitulation of the old moon evolution on the earthly plane. And it's the period when the astral body is being integrated into the human being. And Lucifer then enters the astral body and brings about a kind of premature ego experience. And so we have, you could say, when humanity is descending, so if you look at the great cycle of the planetary level of evolution, that there are 7 stages. And if you look at these 7 stages, there's kind of an archetypal theme of 3 descending stages of incarnation. Then there's a middle 4th stage, a turning point. And then there's 3 excarnating stages, 5, 6, and 7. And there's always a correlation between 1 and 7, 2 and 6, and 3 and 5. So we need to learn to live into the qualitative dimension of numbers that the Pythagoreans, for example, worked with, where number 1 represents wholeness. Number 2 represents the division of that wholeness into dualities. And threefoldness is what we're looking at here with Lucifer, Christ, and Ahriman as a kind of archetypal theme in the evolution of humanity. So in these lectures, Rudolf Steiner speaks about an actual physical incarnation of Lucifer in the 3rd millennium BC. And various anthroposophists have attributed that to the personage of the Yellow Emperor, who plays a very prominent role in Chinese history. And we know that the Chinese preserve the Atlantean heritage. That's why the Tao impulse, the Tao religion, played an important role there. The Atlantean period had 7 mystery oracles that were initiated during those 7 periods of the Atlantean. And the ruling one was the Sun Oracle. And the being that they looked up to through the guidance of Manu, who is a great sun initiate, is the 7 Elohim that were still at home in the sun sphere. Later, this being in post-Atlantean periods was called the Great Spirit. So in China, there was a kind of younger offspring of this Great Spirit that had a Luciferic character. And one has the exploits of Genghis Khan, for example, and later Kublai Khan, who invaded Europe, and those hordes then brought devastation to parts of Europe. And the whole impulse had to do with the Luciferic initiation that goes back to this incarnation of Lucifer. Lucifer seeks to establish a kingdom that is beyond the earth, that doesn't embrace the physical earthly incarnation. And so this was also brought to Europe with these invasions. And there's a kind of an 800-year rhythm that is shown to play a role here. And based on that, there are some anthroposophists like Leavigood who predicted that we are approaching another time where these Chinese Mars forces in China, they built the wall to keep the Mongols out, who have this more warrior element, but they broke through and there was a mixing of blood. And so you have that playing a powerful role in China in our own time. And one can see the military buildup. They're now one of the main rivals to the power of the United States on the world stage. So that's just a picture on the way down into the incarnating process. Humanity has to meet a kind of lower guardian of the threshold in the middle of the Lemurian time, and it's then find its echo in this incarnation of Lucifer around 2907 BC is the beginning of that period, and this 2698 to 2598 BC is the period of this yellow emperor. So we have another now on the physical plane expression of meeting this Luciferic aspect of the lower guardian of the threshold on the descending stage of evolution. But now, since the Atlantean period, we've passed the midpoint of earthly evolution. And in this post-Atlantean, we're recapitulating initially the ancient Indian, the Polarian, the ancient Persian, the Hyperborean, the Egypto-Chaldean, the Lemurian, and the Greco-Latin is recapitulating the Atlantean period. But now in our fifth age, we're not recapitulating anymore. We're in fact anticipating the future. Our time looks prophetically to the threshold towards the next Jupiter phase or the New Jerusalem, the Golden City. That has to start to come into our purview. And on the way there, the lower guardian of the threshold is now Ahriman. Since the middle of the Atlantean period, Ahriman has become ever stronger. The death forces of the earth have become ever stronger, and that is the realm that Ahriman rules. And as long as we're at home in the life forces in our organism, we're tending to be in a dreamy, sleepy condition. It's only these death forces that wake us up and allow us to think in the way we've been able to think since the 15th century. So we know that aside from Lucifer and Ahriman, there's also the Azuric beings, which begin their attack in our time. And we have this being of Zorat. So the intervention of the Christ being in the earth evolution in the beginning of the time reckoning, where the actual mystery of Golgotha took place in 33 AD. This was in anticipation of the 666 impulse coming 333 years after the midpoint of the fourth post-Atlantean epoch, which runs from 747 BC to 1413 AD. And the very center of that is 333 AD. So the Christ being comes as a kind of counter impulse ahead of this intervention of the sun demon, who can be seen as a macrocosmic antichrist impulse, whose number in the book of Revelation is related to the number 666. So Rudolf Steiner speaks of the first intervention in 666. We have a second one around 1332. The Knights Templars, I've spoken about these things in that Apocalypse series. And then the Consciousness Soul Age begins in 1413. And we have then the new age of Michael in 1879. And that's also the culmination of great battle that Steiner describes that began in the 1840s, 1841 to be more specific, and lasted until 1879, where the hosts of Michael did battle at this time, which was the culmination of materialism in a certain respect. And those spirits were cast down. They were blocking access to the soul spiritual world. And by casting them down, the spiritual world became accessible to humanity. And that helped to contribute to the dawning of a new age of light in 1900. So the Kali Yuga, the Dark Age, ended in 1899. It's like a 5,000 year period that began in 3101 BC. So we have a dawning of a new age of light. However, it's a very dark period where humanity has incarnated most deeply. And so we're not about to see huge manifestations of this open spiritual world because these counter forces are particularly strong. And so we have a third Zorat attack that has its epicenter in 1998. And I use the word epicenter because we usually relate that to earthquakes. So this is a time quake. One could conceive of it as having its epicenter in 1998, but exploding into the past and future from that time. So it reached, for example, into the year 1933 as a counter impulse to the Second Coming with the advent of Hitler, who became Chancellor of Germany at that on that date. And for 12 years, there then was a dark period that we're still suffering from. And Rudolf Steiner, who was aware of these things, was able to give a very strong impulse that expanded out from Middle Europe. And of course, he traveled to many cities, and including England, and spoke. So it was mainly through the oral impulse of speaking, through inspiration, sharing imaginations, inspirations, intuitions. One could say that the Michael impulse spoke directly through him. And here at the top, I just have a few excerpts from those lectures that Steiner gave about the incarnation of Ariman. It says, before only a part of the third millennium has elapsed, there will be in the West an actual incarnation of Ahriman. Ahriman's incarnation will occur in the not too distant future. In another place, this time is approaching, Ahriman will appear. Among the most important means which Ahriman has to work with from the other side is the furthering of abstract thinking in the human being. So one of the tragedies that occurred in the life of the anthroposophical movement was the destruction of the first Goetheanum, where Rudolf Steiner sought to bring anthroposophy through artistic representation to make it visible to the physical eye. And this sculptural group, which gives a new understanding of the mystery of evil, which generally is looked at in a dualistic way, here Steiner shows that it needs to be understood in a threefold way. And that sculpture was intended to be the focal point of that entire building and to be located in the east under the back of that smaller cupola. So you have in that sculpture an important sort of means of understanding the mystery of evil for our time. And on the right here, you have an imagination of this threefold mystery of good and evil in a color format or medium. Colors are related to our feelings, which are at home in the center of our astral bodies. And that whole cupola was filled with these imaginations relating to the various ages and epochs. But he chose to put this one in the center. And out of all those imaginations, the one that he wanted to bring down to the physical plane was this sculpture. And destiny has it that this was the only major part of what was intended for the Goetheanum that survived the fire, because it hadn't yet been placed in its intended home. So Rudolf Steiner gave many indications about this threefold understanding. Here he says, the higher potential of the human being can only come to realization with a modern Trinitarian approach to thinking. The human being in the middle, the Luciferic on the one side, the Ahrimanic extreme on the other side, the Ahrimanic materialism, the Luciferic spiritualism as the two extremes. The human being is a source of balance. If you want to comprehend the truth, you cannot be an idealist or a realist, a materialist or a spiritualist. You need to embrace the one as well as the other. You need to seek the spirit with such intensity that you can discover the spiritual within the material. And you must penetrate the material so that you see through the material to find the spirit. This is the task of the modern age, no longer to fight over spiritualism and materialism, but rather to bring about equilibrium. Now, here I've kind of shown this sculptural group in the midst of what Steiner gave as the 12 philosophical vantage points. The bride of the Lamb in the book of Revelation is the Sophia. Another name for Sophia is wisdom. Philosophia is a love of wisdom. So philosophy has grown out of a love for Sophia. And just as she has 12 stars around her head, there are 12 aspects to this wisdom, and Steiner helped to portray them here. He's also talked about 7 moods of soul that can be combined with this, which I'm not showing here. But the New Jerusalem, the golden city we have to help build, has 12 gates, each made of a single pearl. And so I'm here showing that these pearl gates have to do with these contributions, these gateways. And the extremes that he spoke about in that quote were spiritism, which I'm showing above in relation to Lucifer, and materialism below in relation to Ahriman. And that is the vertical axis of this. And then you have the horizontal axis with realism and idealism as a kind of left and right polarity. And here again, we need to ground our idealism in realism. And so this is also another key into this mystery of good and evil. So there's various contributors who sought to try to penetrate into these lectures that Steiner gave and try to understand how that relates in terms of timing to the actual incarnation of Ariman. And here I'm just drawing together a couple quotes from Terry M. Boardman, who's an anthroposophical author and researcher. One can find his website online. And he has published a paper a few years back called The Incarnation of Ariman, When and Where. There's 2 parts to it. It's available in English online. And in there he says, I come then now to my first conclusion, namely that the physical vehicle for Ahriman was conceived, so to speak, in August 1999, at the time of the Grand Cross and the total sun eclipse, and was then born 9 months later in early May 2000, at the time of the meeting of the 7 planets opposed to Pluto conjunction Antares in the Scorpion. So he has an elaborate kind of astrosophical view of these things, and is kind of looking at these things in that lens, and he's sharing some of his own intuitions. And this was written a few years back, so the timing on the next statement needs to take that into consideration. It is my view, as I have said, that the Ahrimanic incarnation has already begun, and that the vehicle is now 20 years old, and you would have to say 25 years old if he was born in 2000, and and will step onto the stage of world affairs, either in his own right or through a proxy or proxies, most probably from 230 onward, but perhaps as late as the 2040s. So then there's the preparations Rudolf Steiner covers in some of these lectures as to how Ahriman, which one could see as a kind of a chessboard of sorts, where he's making his moves to prepare. The chessboard goes back to this Zarathustrian time, where the light and dark pieces are a part of that great battle. But it's of interest to note that when you play chess, the light side of the board, the white pieces have the first move. So they have the advantage. They initiate the game. And you could see that also with the birth of the Messiah through the Abraham lineage, which is a blood lineage. Above that, you have Melchizedek, who was a sun initiate, handing over this impulse of eugenic occultism, you could say, to a moon initiate, which is there in the Abrahamic stream that looks up to Yahweh, who's a moon divinity who works especially with heredity and the birth mysteries. And of course, Gabriel is a mediator of that kind of impulse. This is another author here on the left. It's a recently published book by Dimitar Mangarov about the incorporation of Ahriman in 2029. Mangarov's claim, clearly framed as his view, that Ahriman may incarnate around 2029, entering a 30-year-old human being. The incorporation would not occur at birth, but into a mature physical etheric constitution. Mangarov links this to long prepared black magical lineages, such as, for example, the personage of Klingsor in the Grail mysteries. So you have, different people giving different contributions to this. On the right here, I'm showing an English publication. At the top, you have the incarnation of the adversary powers as seen by Rudolf Steiner, by Hans-Peter von Manen. And there is another one about the computer networks and the future in that are relevant to this theme, which was published by Mercury Press. For those who speak German and want to dig deeper into this subject, there's the volume, The Mensch and the Das Böse, Human Being and Evil, which is published by Hans Werner Schroeder. And that's like a 500 some page volume. So there's a lot of contributions to this subject. But Schroeder wrote quite some time back, so he didn't have the modern events at his disposal that we're in the meantime facing. So I'm referencing this as a prelude to the incarnation of Ahriman. And this is given by Rudolf Steiner in the 8th lecture in the Book of Revelation and the Work of the Priests. Present-day human beings must look at the rise of Michael in the 70s of the last century, at the appearance of Christ in the first half of the 20th century, and at the threatening rise of Zorat and the Zoratians at the end of the 20th century. Let us arrange our lives in accordance with these three mysteries of our time: the Michael mystery, the Christ mystery, and the Zorat mystery, as understanding human beings who know how to interpret the signs of our times. Another place in the same lecture, he says, Zorat will show himself before the end of this century already, and he will appear in a great many people as a being by whom they will be possessed. One will see people coming up to one and will not be able to believe that they are really human beings. They will develop in a very strange way, even outwardly. They will be intensive, strong natures outwardly with fierce features and destructive rage in their emotions. They will have a face in which one will see a kind of beast's face outwardly. Zorat men will also be recognizable outwardly. They will be those who not only ridicule spiritual things, they will fight it in the most terrible way, and they will want to thrust it down into a cesspool. One will see that what is concentrated in a small region in present-day Russia, communism, will be inserted into the whole earth evolution of humanity. So one sees some of this, for example, if you think that this third impulse of Zorat came in 1998, we had the attack on the trade centers in 1999, or at this turn of the millennium, which is a kind of threshold. And if you think of these individuals who were seeing themselves as Islamic warriors serving the God that Muhammad looked up to, who again was a moon divinity, but this time in the post-Christian era, as opposed to Judaism as a lunar religion overlighted by Yahweh as a pre-Christian preparation for the mystery of Golgotha. So Rudolf Steiner indicated that the first 666 impulse was blunted by the appearance of Muhammad and the religion that followed, which kind of took the ground from out under this Zorat impulse, which was to bring the consciousness soul impulse prematurely. But it was nevertheless absorbed by the Arabian civilization of the time, and then carried westward in the Muslim conquest that went through North Africa into Spain, and also through the Turkish Muslims, who played a powerful role later on. And this is kind of like the two horns of the moon invading Europe that were kind of pushed back by those aligned to the Christ impulse. But it was nevertheless a very threatening impulse. So this impulse that goes back to Muhammad continued, and we have a kind of carryover, like with these individuals who were flying these planes. If one were to look into their countenance in the way that Steiner's talking about here, one could perhaps see them as those who were possessed by Zorat. And the intention, of course, was not just to attack the trade centers, which was sort of the epitome of the US financial world power. The Pentagon was also a target, but the third target was the Capitol building, and that was thwarted. You could imagine what things would have been like if they had succeeded in that third target, the center of the United States in terms of government. So you can also see these faces in South America. Rudolf Steiner spoke of how, coinciding with the mystery of Golgotha, there was the appearance around the same time as the birth of the Jesus being of a high sun initiate. And that when that sun initiate reached the age of 30, a battle began. This name of this initiate, Rudolf Steiner calls Vitzipusli. And the black magician that he does battle with is a minion of Teotl, who is a caricature of the Atlantean sun mysteries that was carried over into the Mexican mysteries. And that battle with this sun initiate who wielded white magic against the black magician, and the black magicians of these Mexican mysteries gained their ascent to higher stages by accumulating more and more human sacrifices. So these are the anti-sun mysteries, the darker forces that opposed the Christ. So there was this 3-year battle there that culminated in the crucifixion of this black magician who was in the service of the sun demon. And his power was kind of banished for a season. And nevertheless, those forces have continued to play some role in these regions where you've got all these drug cartels. And you look at some of these members of these drug cartels who use death to breed fear, etc., that they are drawing on some of those forces. And they're often covered with tattoos, including on their faces, etc. And so this is part of these Azuric forces, which are the beginnings of black magic coming into play. And of course, these drug lords wouldn't have a lot of money to make if it wasn't for many people in America and other places craving these drugs, which help to put us to sleep at a time when we need to be awake. So in the book of Revelation, the work of the priest, Steiner spoke of the work of Christ's opponent, the demon of the sun, Zorat, called the two-horned beast, in chapter 13. He stated that before men can grasp the etheric Christ in the right way, mankind must first meet and deal with the beast who will appear in 1933. So Hitler's rise to power in 1933 can be seen as one of the ways that the forces of evil have sought to counter the second coming of Christ in the etheric, which was to begin to take effect in 1933, 33 years after the end of the Kali Yuga, which is ended in 1899. So 1900 was the beginning of the new age of light, and the number 33 is a new rhythm that the Christ brought that could begin to unfold. The Anthroposophical Society was banned in Germany by the Gestapo in 1935. That same year, Ita Wegman and Vrida were ousted from the Anthroposophical General Society, which is another tragic event that we can better understand looking in retrospect. During the post-Atlantean age, in the fourth epoch of culture of the post-Atlantean age, this problem of birth and death was more connected with the human soul. But during our time, the fifth post-Atlantean epoch, people will have to struggle with evil in the same elemental way in which the struggle with birth and death during the Atlantean age, particularly through the control of different forces of nature. The impulse that leads to evil will send their influence into the world in an immense, gigantic form. And the opposite forces, the forces of good, will have to grow out of the opposition to evil. And man will have to draw the strength for this opposition out of the spiritual sources. This will take place above all during the fifth epoch with the exploitation of electrical forces, which will assume quite different dimensions from those they have assumed so far, will enable man to spread evil over the earth, and evil will invade the earth by coming in an immediate way out of the forces of electricity. So that's a pretty strong warning. So I'm just sort of drawing again this prelude, the battle between the Archangel Michael and his hosts and the spirits of darkness, starting in 1841, culminating the casting down of the spirits of darkness in 1899, which is also the beginning of a new age of Michael. Kali Yuga, the Dark Age, ends in 1899. 1900 is the dawn of a new age of light. The second coming of Christ in the etheric begins in 1933. The third and strongest intervention of Zorat, the sun demon, in 3 times 666 in 1998, which can be understood as an epicenter in time that reached back into 1933 and came to expression through Hitler and National Socialism as a counter impulse to Christ's etheric appearance. Steiner also spoke of an alliance of Lucifer and Ahriman at the end of a millennium, meaning that they act more in concert. So Ahriman is particularly attuned to a decimal system. Like when it comes to measuring, I do a lot of carpentry and architecture during the course of my life, and we tend to use inches and feet and the like, and these are related to the human body. The foot is related to the feet. You can use your finger for inches and the like, but the decimal system is divorced from all of that. And this is where Ahriman is particularly at home. So we have two different rhythms. One is the 666 cycle, began to play an important role in the year 666 AD. Jundi Shapur was the first intervention, the second in the period around 1332. Again, an epicenter in time where the Knights Templars were the targeted group. They were bringing a new form of spirituality, and they particularly were launching a new way of dealing with gold and money in a selfless way. Gold is connected with the sun. Philip le Bel, who was their opponent, had a greedy connection with gold, so that's the darker side of gold. And then there's a 1998 attack in the realm of thinking. I'm bringing that down below, where the end of the Kali Yuga, 1899, 1900, dawning of a new age of light, which begins a new 33-year rhythm. The first came to expression in 1933, more centered in the human will. The second in the 60s, more oriented to feeling. And then the third in the thinking. So it's no accident that we start to see the beginnings of the internet and all of that around this 1998, where thinking is in the foreground in this rhythm. So each time the Christ rhythm comes to expression, there's a counter impulse. And of course, the one in the 60s, it's more the Luciferic that seeks to counter in certain ways with the drug culture, and you can find many symptoms of this. So there's another set of other reading material. One of them is Frank Linde. It's one of these Fleinensberger Hefte. It's a large series of anthroposophically oriented magazines. This one is fairly lengthy. It's entirely devoted to contribution by Frank Linde, and translated title is The Impulse of Evil at the End of the Millennium. So he's talking about the need for clear discernment. Frank Linde, writing on the subject of Ahriman's incarnation, cautions against conflating the third Sorat intervention centered in 1998 and the incarnation of Ahriman, which has arisen in some anthroposophical secondary literature. For example, Bernard Leavegood, in his last book, which was written in his deathbed, The Battle of the Soul, I believe it's called, he sort of speaks of how, based on Ahriman, Rudolf Steiner's indications, Ahriman always seeks to bring things prematurely. He's kind of aligned also to the sun demon, who is Ahrimanic, if one were to characterize his nature. And Ahriman, of course, Sorat sought to bring the consciousness soul prematurely out of its right timing before human beings were morally ready. So one could say that Ahriman and also Zorat are trying to, in a certain respect, bring the future spirit self, which is a community building impulse that will come to fruition in the sixth age that's being prepared in the Slavic Russian folk soul region. And that would be in the age of Aquarius, where the new impulse of a Sophian culture that anthroposophy is helping to prepare, where you will have a higher group soul that's not based on blood, that is in the meantime needing to be cultivated. So you have the third Zorat intervention, 1998, must not be identified with the physical incarnation of Ahriman. So that's a kind of a warning of caution to what Boardman, for example, is sharing that I cited earlier, where he claims that the conception of this vehicle for Ahriman took place at this period of 1999, very close to this Zorat intervention. Some secondary anthroposophical writings, for example, Liebegood in The Battle of the Soul, draw Zorat and Ahriman too closely together. That's according to Linda. This can unintentionally encourage later interpretations to align Zorat dates with Ahrimanic embodiment, even though Steiner himself did not do so explicitly. This does not invalidate later interpretations such as Boardman's, but it reminds us to distinguish clearly between Steiner's indication and subsequent esoteric syntheses. So, in other words, we can study these things, but we need to take them with a grain of salt. We need to be awake and watchful ourselves and use our discernment. So this is another important part of the picture. Steiner indicated that since 1841, humanity as a whole has been crossing the threshold, which involves meeting the lower guardian and individually and collectively facing the mystery of evil. The following words given by Rudolf Steiner in the esoteric school touch upon this. Quote, today, humanity as such is experiencing the meeting with the guardian of the threshold. This is also the beginning of the split of humanity, and this signifies a critical point in time at which we have now arrived. The forces that formerly streamed out of the spiritual beings into humanity are used up, are exhausted. We are now on our own and must now bring these forces out of our subconsciousness. The mystery of Golgotha will have happened for nothing if human beings do not use these inner forces, but reject them instead. That would bring about a total destruction of Earth evolution. In the third karmic relationship cycle, Steiner indicated that the above referenced division of humanity would also cast its waves into the sphere of the angels so that they would also undergo a division. Quote, to this, my dear friends, I would now direct your hearts. It is happening now that the comparatively single and uniform kingdom of the angeloi is being turned into a twofold kingdom of angeloi, a kingdom of angeloi with an upward tendency into the higher worlds and with a downward tendency into lower worlds. While the Michael community is being formed here upon earth, we can behold above it the ascending and descending angeloi. Looking more deeply into the world today, one can perpetually observe these streams, which are such as to stir the heart to its foundations. So this is a kind of a wake-up call. So as I said, when we collectively cross the threshold, we have to meet the lower guardian. And in this time period, it's really Ahriman is the lower guardian that we have to recognize. And it needs to be recognized on two different levels. There's our own personal aspect of Ahriman, which is anchored in our doppelganger, as Steiner calls it, And especially for those in America, the doppelganger is particularly strong in those regions. But there's also the macrocosmic double. And that's where now we collectively, humanity as a whole, have to meet the lower guardian on the physical plane. He seeks to influence history. He seeks to usurp the power of the Christ impulse. So this is something I've touched on before already to a certain extent. I just want to show here in this little drawing that Rudolf Steiner, From Symptom to Reality in Modern History, Rudolf Steiner showed that we've progressed from the fourth mystery that was central to the fourth age, Greco-Latin, to our own age, where the mystery of evil. And today, when Christ is destined to appear again in the etheric body, this evil will play a particularly important role. I won't dwell on this right now. So next year, the United States is meant to be celebrating the 250th anniversary of the founding of the United States on the 4th of July, 2026, and there's all kinds of things planned. And if we look at the current state of the United States through the lens of the threefold social order, which Rudolf Steiner was promoting in 1919 during the same period when he spoke about the incarnation of Ariman in the West, we can have grave concerns about the future. So this is, I have various quotes here that are taken from this book, which is by Henry Barnes, and it relates especially to the United States and the destiny of America. This is what is so interesting in America. Materialism is truly rampant, and yet it is on the way to the spirit. When a European becomes a materialist, his or her human element dies. Americans are young materialists. Actually, all children are materialists and then grow up to what is not materialism. And so crude American materialism will develop directly into something spiritual. And this will come to pass when the sun stands in the sign of Aquarius. So we're going to have to wait still for a considerable period, but our next incarnations, hopefully we have a contribution to make to that future. Now, this is also an important factor to be aware of in relation to America. This growing contrast between men and women in Anglo-American spiritual life. An increasing difference between men and women will arise in the Anglo-American civilization. Anglo-American spiritual life will, in essence, descend in the future ages through women. There is apparent in the West, from certain mysterious depths, a tendency to oppose the teaching of repeated earth lives. It is desired in a certain spiritual centers to cause the gradual cessation of these repeated earth lives. The object is this, to transpose certain human souls into a condition in which after death they feel more and more akin to the forces of the earth, acquiring almost a mania for the earth forces. The Anglo-American race is striving after a strange ideal, no longer to return into earthly bodies, but to influence the earth from beyond, becoming as souls ever more earthly. Practices are intended to instill in man a vivid sense that his body belongs to the earth, not just I am my arms, my legs, but I am also the force of gravity in my limbs. A very interesting point is that this ideal can be appropriately followed only by the male population. in spite of political endeavors, an increasing difference between men and women will arise. So one of the ways of this practice is sports, especially the male sports like football and the like, where you're having to get very deeply in your body. The North American folk soul. In the mission of the folk soul cycle, Rudolf Steiner makes only one explicit reference to the folk soul of the United States. At the conclusion of the second lecture, he states, quote, peoples whose existence is more under the influence of the abnormal spirit of personality are also to be found on the earth. Those spirits of personality do not work for the future progress of evolution. You need only study the character of the North American people. There you have a people absolutely founded on this principle. So commenting on this, author Richard Schmidt observes that such an abnormal spiritual being points to an Ahrimanic folk spirit guiding North American culture, helping to explain the strong materialistic orientation of the United States. While this may appear troubling, Ahrimanic beings play a necessary role in human evolution. Without them, human freedom could not arise. Second, a spiritual counterforce is active in our time. Michael, a being ascending from archangel to archai, who provides the intuitive spiritual substance, enabling humanity to transcend the limitations imposed by an Ahrimanic folk spirit. Through conscious striving and engagement of spiritual science, human beings can rise to spiritual concepts and free themselves from the constraints of their folk soul. People coming from other countries in Europe, Russia, Slavic countries, etc., bring their folk soul with them. So we have a kind of a mixing of peoples in the United States, although all of the talk recently about preventing all these different countries from entering the United States kind of, you could say, goes against the principle of cosmopolitanism that Michael is cultivating, where we need to discover the universally human and rise to this new kind of community, not based on blood. The Great Lakes as seen through the lens of etheric geography. That's again from this book by Henry Barnes. And he's drawing on the work of Benish, who was a Christian community priest who for a long period of time was the overlinker who was helping the others to gain their orientation, but he was also a geologist. And he traveled around the world, including 4 trips to the United States to study the geography. And he shared some of his views in lectures, 2 of which have notes recorded in this book by Henry Barnes. And in there it says, with the exception of the western deserts and high mountains, this, quote, gentle etheric stream, Dr. Benish observes, penetrates the water, the air, and the light, especially in the region of the Great Lakes. He describes it this way. This light is reflected by these mighty lakes, is thrown back upon itself, and therefore carries a very delicate shimmer of spirituality, even into the finest physical processes. It is not only the physical light, but a very finely spiritualizing, supersensible aspect of the light that works into visibility, into the interweaving character of the light. And this sky, this light, is that to which the American looks up. So the fact that the ego is chosen as the symbol of America. It also is the symbol of John, the evangelist, who wrote the fourth gospel and the book of Revelation. This really has to do with, on a higher sense, spirit selfhood. One must be aware, it's another quote, that the anthroposophical movement has existed. This is Rudolf Steiner speaking. No, he's saying a statement by Rudolf Steiner comes a little later. So one must be aware that the anthroposophical movement has existed on the American continent since Rudolf Steiner's time. I may mention a remarkable statement by Rudolf Steiner in this connection. This says that the raying out of anthroposophical thoughts and forces, the spiritual etheric spreading out in the whole American continent, has its center point. This was the unexpected thunderclap just in Chicago. One can only understand this when one realizes, even in a tentative way, how the light works just in this region of the Great Lakes, how the light influences come together rightly in this region, and from there gradually spread out in a harmonizing way over the entire continent. In a future presentation, I'd like to go more deeply into Friedrich Beneš's work in regards to this etheric geography. Aside from studying his works, many of which are in German, I made 2 trips to New York to attend workshops that he gave there, and had an opportunity to have some conversations with him about questions I was pondering at the time. America was discovered in order to provide counterbalance to the Asian Great Spirit, the Luciferic lightness. America leads man to heaviness and materialism. American civilization, on account of the special organization of its people, is particularly exposed to the temptation offered by what the ego speaks. So Steiner speaks of 3 temptations. One is that of the ego, and that is particularly exposed to the temptation of what one calls the ego, is the American people. Central Europe is particularly exposed to what is uttered by the lion. Lion is associated with the middle realm of the rhythmic system and the heart. And the Oriental civilization is preeminently exposed to the utterance of the cow. So there you have the will. And these are some of the words related to that. Number 1, the ego, I give thee the power to create a universe in thine own head. 2, this is the lion, I give thee the power to embody the universe in the radiance of the encircling air. And 3, the cow, I give thee the power to wrest from the universe measure, number, and weight. So one can look at this also from the opposite vantage point, but this is then related to the fact that America has the higher calling of the ego that can take flight into higher regions, but there's also a caricature of that. And of course, the American Indians, also the ego played an important role. They used the eagle feathers in their headdress, especially their chiefs, etc. I spent some years in area of British Columbia, which had the largest population of bald-headed eagles that would gather there every fall, because there were 3 salmon runs in the rivers there. And I got to know the Indian chief in that area and had close relationship to him and his wife. We would often sit on the riverbank, talk story, and they would be allowed to do net fishing with the fish, but these eagle would then feed on those fish who came up those rivers to spawn. And of course, we've created some issues with that, with all of the factory fishing and then the fish farming of salmon. That's part of the picture. So the United States of America is global superpower, peoples whose existence is more under the influence of the abnormal spirit of personality are also to be found in the earth. I just had mentioned that earlier. These spirits of personality do not work for the further progress of evolution. You need only study the character of the North American people. There you have a people absolutely founded on this principle. So these backward spirits of personality, which are archai, that are remain behind as spirits of form, they actually have a powerful effect on the function of the brain, and they can compel people to think brain-bound thoughts. The true spirits of personality can guide human beings in an intuitive way, like happened with Galileo when he saw the swinging of the lamp in the Pisa, and deduced from that certain laws of the pendulum, etc. That was sort of a positive contribution where he was not just compelled. So you have the United States Constitution that has these three branches of government: the legislative, the executive, and the judicial. Currently, the executive, through all the executive orders we've been hearing about on the news, especially since the second Trump administration, often going around the legislative and also often resisting the judicial branch. The judicial branch, focused in the Supreme Court, has long been compromised in a certain respect by becoming politicized. And in 2010, there was a ruling that's called Citizens United that allows major corporations to create super PACs, treating them as though they're like individuals with free speech. And so huge amounts of money are being poured into political elections. I believe Elon Musk poured like 290 million or something into that last election alone through a super PAC. So the US, after this later part of the Second World War, just before it ended, called for this conference that resulted in the signing of a new agreement at Bretton Woods. This was just before the end of the war, in July, from the July 1st to the 22nd, 1944. It was really initiated from the Anglo-American quarter. America was particularly strong, whereas Europe had been devastated through the war, financially as well. So these accords established the International Monetary Fund, IMF, and the International Bank for Reconstruction and Development, the IBRD, which today is part of the World Bank Group. The United States, which controlled 2/3 of the world's gold, insisted that the Bretton Woods system rest on both gold and the US dollar. in 1973, Nixon unhooked the value of the dollar from gold overall. Without value controls, gold rapidly shot up to the 120 per ounce in the free market. The Bretton Woods system was over, but nevertheless, these institutions continue to play a role. The dollar became fiat currency, and money in the threefold social order. Steiner spoke of how, if you go back in the earlier ages of the post-Atlantean period, such as the third Egypto-Chaldean, that it was still initiates that played a primary role out of the mystery centers. Then came the mystery priests, and you then had in the Greco-Latin period, in addition to the spiritual cultural sphere, which was of course given through these initiates, you had an added dimension, which was the political sphere was added. And this especially was a contribution through Rome. Greece still looked back to that priestly wisdom in the mystery centers. And Rome was the first to create this civil architecture that has been taken up, but it's only in the period after the 15th century that the economic is added. And that's now becoming more and more the dominant feature. And the United States especially plays a significant role in that. And you can see it in the inauguration of the president of the United States, Trump 2.0, as is sometimes referred to in the media, where you have sitting and standing in front of his cabinet these super wealthy individuals with their wives, some of them, and that this is really something that you can see having a powerful effect. The outgoing President Biden warned of oligarchy and the tech industrial complex. That was kind of an echo of a prior president warning about the military industrial complex. So we're in the midst of a period where oligarchy is playing a role. And Rudolf Steiner spoke on occasion about how democracy on the surface is often manipulated on a deeper level, to begin with on a stealth level by certain Anglo-American secret brotherhoods in particular. They were formerly centered in England, but then when the US, after the Second World War, played a financial role on a planetary level, things shifted from London to New York, and a kind of bridging was built. These groups are aiming at a kind of powerful influence of English-speaking peoples to dominate the world that's emerging in the future in the post-Second World War period. And so they help to shape this, especially through the economy. And there's much more to support this than I can share here. But this is from Rudolf Steiner. This leveling out process will bring war and bloodshed in its train. War in the shape of economic strife among nations, pressure for expansion, suppression in every form, strife in the sphere of investment and profit, industrial undertakings, and so forth. And by adopting certain measures, it will increasingly be possible to handle vast masses of people by sheer force. the individual will acquire greater and greater power over certain masses of people, for the course of evolution is leading not towards greater democracy, but towards oligarchy of the brutal kind, in that the power of the single individual will increase immeasurably. If morals are not ennobled, this will lead to brutality in every possible form. This state of things will come just as the great water catastrophe came to the Atlanteans. So here he was talking about the work of the secret brotherhoods. Now, an important part of the picture is the working of the sub-earthly forces on the American population. With America, it is different again. There, a sub-earthly element is at work. While with Britain, we have to do with the earthly, the salty. In the American national character, a sub-earthly element has its effect, something vibrating under the earth. This has there an especial influence upon the organism. The nation spirit brings about the national character of the American people by working upwards through the sub-earthly magnetic and electrical currents. And again, something comes from the head to meet this influence, to neutralize the effect of the sub-earthly magnetic and electric currents. There raise out to meet it real human will. That is the peculiarity of the American national character. While the British national character, we must say, it depends essentially upon the earthly element insofar as man takes this into his organism, which then enters into mutual relationship with the metabolism of the head. In the same way, the will that comes to expression in this people among the Americans works with what comes up from the sub-earthly, shaping thus the American national character. So Rudolf Steiner pointed to Ralph Waldo Emerson as someone who embodied this ability to bring this spiritualized will to counter the working of these subnature forces. And we know that those subnature forces are particularly strong in the United States as a whole, but more so where the north-south mountain ranges on the West Coast are located. And that's where Silicon Valley, where a lot of the inventions we're having to deal with came from. And so this is important to keep in mind. Now, this is an aerial view of Washington, D.C. and the Potomac River, and across from it we have the location of the Pentagon, the epitome of American military power. The fact that it's in the shape of a pentagon, which I've shown here with a pentagram around it. And if you turn that pentagram right side up and you put the human being in it, you have the kind of archetypal picture of the higher human being. If you turn it upside down, then it becomes an image of the two-horned beast. You often see a goat head in it in these black magical circles. And Rudolf Steiner gave indications in that regard as well, that the black magician sends out influences through these two horns. And this works out of the lower sexual forces. And if you look at that alignment that I'm showing there, it's 2.15 miles, not very far. That upside down star that's over the Pentagon there aligns directly with the center of the White House. So this is partly the imprint of the Freemasonic influence. A lot of Washington and its DC surroundings were designed by persons who had a Freemasonic background. Many of the founding fathers, Benjamin Franklin, Washington belonged to numerous Freemasonic groups, and that played an important role in the founding documents, as well as the Statue of Liberty coming from France, etc. So anyways, this fact that the person who is at home and sitting on the seat of the presidency in the White House is also the commander-in-chief of the US military, plays both a very important role for Ahriman. So Ahriman always seeks power and seeks to possess individuals who have that power concentrated in them. So Steiner pointed to Woodrow Wilson as a person who was possessed by this Ahrimanic power. He referred to him as the world school teacher and talks about his past incarnations, which I won't go into here. So you have the US military industrial complex. The US Department of Defense, through the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency called DARPA, pioneered the internet via ARPANET in 1969 and heavily invested in artificial intelligence, AI, to enhance military command control and autonomy. Key milestones include the first ARPANET message, 1969, the TCP-IP protocol developed in 1973, and the 2018 AI Next campaign, driving 70% of the current programs towards AI applications. In 1958, ARPA established later as DARPA in response to the Soviet launch of Sputnik, fostering on or focusing on cutting edge military technology. Then in 1969, ARPANET, the precursor of the internet, is launched, connecting for university campuses to create a resilient, decentralized network for military and research communication. So that was partly with the threat of nuclear that we know 1945 was the sort of detonation of these devices in Japan that had been developed in the United States, and that close to that Mexican region where the Mexican mysteries still had their after effects. And you then had the fear that the Soviets in the Cold War could knock out American communication systems. So they wanted to make it ubiquitous. So the internet was developed initially for that purpose. In 1972, the first public demonstration of ARPANET takes place in Washington, D.C. And then you've got DARPA in 1973, and initiates research into interlinking packet networks, leading to the development of the TCP/IP protocol suite, which underpins the modern internet. Military contributions to artificial intelligence, 1990 to 1970, DARPA funds early research into AI, including speech recognition, signal processing, as well as the Shacky, the robot. 2004 to 2007, the DARPA Grand Challenge catalyzes the development of autonomous vehicle technology. 2018, DARPA launches the AI Next campaign, investing over $2 billion in research in advanced AI. machine learning, and contextual reasoning for national security. Modern day, approximately 70% of DARPA programs leverage AI and machine learning for applications like autonomous voice recognition, language translation, and precision weapons. These are often given over to private concerns at a certain point to help America be in the lead when it comes to commercializing these projects. And of course, the United States, through the Pentagon's Manhattan Project, developed the first nuclear fission and ultimately the bomb, and that set the stage for the Cold War and the end of the Second World War, which established the US as a superpower. And of course, the Genome Project goes into the realm of our innate biology. That was again funded by the US. The space race in response to Sputnik, the moon landings, all of that. Have to see how there's a militarizing process involved there. So Michael meets man with a very clear gesture of repulsion for many things. For example, all knowledge tending to lay stress on inherited characteristic, repelling it, driving it away with depreciation. So it is with Michael. He also sternly rejects all separating elements, such as the human languages, so long as we only clothe our knowledge in these languages and do not carry it right up into the thoughts. We cannot come near Michael. Among the things that would fain reject the impulse of Michael today are the feelings of nationality. They flared up in the 19th century and became strong in the 20th, stronger and stronger. By the principle of nationality, many things have been ordered, or rather have become sadly disordered. In the most recent times, all this is in terrible opposition to the Michael principle. All this contains Ahrimanic forces which strive against the inpouring of the Michael force into earthly life of man. So then we see this battle of the upward attacking Ahrimanic spirits who would like to carry upward what comes through the inherited impulses of nationality, which Michael sternly rejects and repels. So the US has just, in this last week or so, published a 33-year document called the National Security Strategy. And this contains a very strong nationalistic impulse that seeks to dominate world events. More particularly, it's a kind of linked to the Monroe Doctrine, which wants to create hemispheric dominance. So that's related to the Venezuelan kind of ventures, which are in the Caribbean right now with large amounts of ships and the like, trying to prevent Chinese and Russian influences on this southern hemisphere of the Americas. But it also is in conflict with Europe, referring to European leaders as weak and suggesting that their whole civilization is in the process of being undermined and erased by their lack of border constraints and immigration and the like. So there is a period we're in where we each need to discern about these things in our time, to read between the lines the signs of the times. A 14th century person who spoke of the ideals of race and nation would have been speaking in terms of the progressive tendencies of human evolution. Someone who speaks of the ideal of race and nation, of tribal membership today, is speaking of impulses which are part of the decline of humanity. The decline of humanity. If anyone now considers them to be progressive ideals to present to humanity, this is an untruth. Nothing is more designed to take humanity into its decline than the propagation of ideals of race, nation, and blood. Nothing is more likely to prevent human progress than proclamations of national ideas belonging to the earlier centuries, which continue to be preserved by the Luciferic and Ahrimanic powers. The true ideal must arise from what we find in the world of the spirit, not in the blood. So much for those who are apologizing, including on ASNA websites, about certain arguments they claim Rudolf Steiner made that suggest that he had racist kind of impulse. These people haven't taken the time to penetrate the anthroposophy that underlies the Waldorf movement. And these roots need to be regained to renew the Waldorf movement, which is a little over 100 years old. The anniversary was celebrated in 2019. So we need to renew these impulses by re-enlivening the original core essential impulse. Now, this isn't just a crisis for the human perspective, but Michael is also looking at this with a high degree of earnestness and concern. And among the concerns are he, as the countenance of Christ, as the ruler of cosmic intelligence, which is something he's released for the sake of human freedom, can continue to keep Michael beneath his feet as an archetypal image we should be looking up to in this Michael age. But his concern is whether human beings can succeed in this. And this image on the right is kind of an whole earth photograph of the so-called blue marble that's taken from the surface of the moon. And this should tell us something with the help of technology of humanity as a whole and the universally human that we need to discover as a new social and cultural impulse. We need to become planetary citizens. And part of that is embracing the esoteric dimension of the ecology crisis. The Mother Earth, which ancient peoples looked towards as the incorporated goddess. The word Gaia sometimes is used by contemporaries regards to this. But we have the pollution of the earth, we have rampant exploitation of the earth, pollution of the air, the water, and in the atmosphere, we have electromagnetic smog and pollution that's all around us. It's invisible to the eyes. Of course, some cities, like go to India or in China, the air is so thick with, byproducts of carbon emissions and the like. We're lucky often to be in environments where the air is somewhat cleaner. But the present administration is totally in bed with the oil and gas industry, who have contributed heavily to the election of Trump 2.0. He was bold enough in the latter part of his campaign to ask them to give him $1 billion in exchange for loosening the restrictions that were there, which in the meantime he has been doing. So a lot of this money is something that needs to be looked at. That's again the oligarchy having an influence on the media. That's a way of controlling human minds. Now, I just wanted to touch on this briefly here. On the left, you have a drawing that Rudolf Steiner shared at the eve of the Christmas conference. It was the first of the series of lectures that Steiner gave, World History in the Light of Anthroposophy, during the Christmas conference, which was meant to renew the Anthroposophical Society. A year earlier, the beautiful building that I have a cross-section of there was burned down, and this was an arson attack. So that we can look at, just like the Solomon's temple had certain secrets embodied in it. There are certain secrets that Rudolf Steiner, as a sort of a master architect, he was for some time bringing Freemasonic impulse in a new form. He spoke of a future renewal of the royal art, which could be led back to Christian Rosenkreuz in his incarnation of Le Comte de Saint-Germain. And that there was a higher aspect, a more positive aspect to this Freemasonic impulse, which worked in architecture to create outer forms that were an imprint of the spirit. So this building in the cross-section is related to the human head. I'm trying to show that there. And that the small cupola is related to the cerebellum. And on a macrocosmic level, what Rudolf Steiner was trying to give with that sketch is that the ancient Indians, who were still clairvoyant, saw the earth as related to the human head. And where the earth was turned to the sun was the equivalent of where the head is turned to the human heart. On many occasions in lectures, he spoke of the Adam Kadmon, the macrocosmic human being, which includes those who are incarnated as well as those who are between death and rebirth, who are traveling spiritually on a soul spiritual level through the planetary spheres, where they are together with the hierarchies. And that more sparingly, he spoke of the earth as relating to the head. And I think it's no accident that he brought this forward in the advent to this Christmas conference, where the first anniversary of the burning of that building would be celebrated. And that's where the secret of the connection to the human head. On this macrocosmic level, you could say that the cerebellum relates to the moon, which was taken out of the earth by Yahweh in the Lemurian period, when the earth was more fluidic and soft, as a way of balancing human evolution between sun and moon forces. So we hear from Steiner that the Buddha sitting under the Bodhi tree can be related to Buddha sitting under the cerebellum. The cerebellum spiritually can grow into a mighty tree. And often inspiration from the spiritual world of Michael, etc., comes through the back of the head. In the late Rosicrucian mysteries, they imagined an etheric Michael behind and above, an etheric image of Michael that would help to generate and have him enter their thinking through this back of the head. So the artistic impulses and the lectures that Steiner gave were from this podium, where the sculptural group would have been in the back, this new mystery of good and evil. So one of the things we need to learn to understand more about the incarnation of Ahriman, and the reason it's in the West, is the distribution of the four types of etheric forces geographically. One can refer to this as etheric geography. And there we have the life ether, which is very much involved in the earth element. The most condensed material is dependent on this particular ether, that those forces are predominant in this region of the Americas. And then when we start to pass into the Atlantic Ocean, you begin to have the chemical ether, sometimes called the musical ether, the tone ether, and that is then predominant on the east coast of the Americas and embraces parts of Europe and Africa. And then we enter into the zone of the light ether, which carries over much of Asia, parts of Europe, and all the way to then Russia, India, and the like, and the Indian Ocean. And then we end up in the warmth ether, which would include Australia, New Zealand, Hawaii, where I am. That's where the ring of fire is, as a wound that was left behind through the extrusion of the moon in the Lemurian period. It's left behind this wound, and I think something like 75-80% of the active volcanoes are situated around that Pacific Rim. This is kind of an image graphic image that Steiner wrote in a series of lectures. This is the last lecture, lecture 11, in the series titled Pastoral Medicine. And there one sees the Christ impulse in the middle and supernature above that leads over to the spiritual realm, and the subnature boundary below nature that leads into the realm of the Father. Now, this can be a little bit sort of difficult to understand if one doesn't take other impulses and insights that Steiner gave. Because according to him, and you can read about this in the lecture series, or not lectures, but the last writings of Rudolf Steiner called the Michaelic Letters, where he speaks of 4 stages that begin with when the spiritual beings who have created the evolutionary sequence that we're a part of, from old Saturn to old Sun, that they were initially united with the whole creation. Everything was a direct expression of those spiritual beings. Then there was a second stage of where they had separated themselves off to a certain degree, and now it was the outer was a revelation of their spiritual impulse that had once been directly connected with the creation. Then there's a third, which was still further removed, the working of the divine beings, and then finally the finished work of the divine beings. Each time they're taking a step back from the physical, and a part of that is given then over to the Ahrimanic and Luciferic forces in order to prepare the necessary foundation for the emergence of human freedom. So if you go back far enough, the Father isn't in a world of subnature. Subnature only gradually comes into play. Just like Rudolf Steiner says, if you look at uranium, which is decaying in our time. If you go back far enough, it wasn't decaying. That decaying only began at a certain point in time and has gotten progressively more. The same as with the sunspots. If you look at the sunspots that have an 11-year rhythm, there was a time where there weren't any sunspots. This has to do with the decay of our planetary system. We're in the second half of Earth evolution, and these decay forces associated with Ahriman will get stronger and stronger. So the Christ, when he descended into hell, as it's said in Good Friday, Good Saturday, etc., penetrates those regions and renews their relationship to the spiritual world. That's a healing impulse for those human beings who are between death and rebirth. Those are the hell regions of the earth. There's 9 layers in the Rosicrucian esoteric cosmology that Rudolf Steiner helps to map out, drawing on the Rosicrucian understanding. So there are certain human beings in America who had some intuitive grasp of these subnature forces. Now, one of them was Nathaniel Hawthorne. He says the following in The House of Seven Gables back in 1851. His character Clifford exclaims, quote, "Then there is electricity, the demon, the angel, the mighty physical power, the all-pervading intelligence. Is it a fact, or have I dreamt it, that by means of electricity, the world of matter has become a giant nerve vibrating thousands of miles in a breathless point of time? Rather, the round globe is a vast head, a brain, instinct with intelligence. Or shall we say, it is itself a thought, nothing but a thought, and no longer the substance which we deemed it." Then in 1938, H.G. Wells published a collection of essays on the future organization of knowledge and education called The World Brain. Throughout the book, Wells describes his vision of the world brain, a new, free, synthetic, authoritative, permanent world encyclopedia that could help world citizens make the best use of universal information resources and make the best contribution to world peace. Well, that's a big question. I have Google took that up, and we have Wikipedia, for example. Elon Musk is creating his own version, Grokopedia. So you'll get different answers depending on which one you ask. So I've often used this picture. It's related again to that drawing that Rudolf Steiner gave, and showing the connection between the microcosmic human being I'm showing on the right there and this macrocosmic human being. And here one has to envision the Ptolemaic system as opposed to the sun-centered Copernican system, because the Copernican system is right for the physical plane, but the astral plane, the Ptolemaic system, is more suitable and appropriate. And so we have the heart there playing the role of the sun, the earth being the place where we physically incarnate, and that's the real battleground. That is what's meant to become the New Jerusalem, the golden city. The earth, the Christ brought these higher sun forces to the earth, united himself with the earth through the mystery of Golgotha. Since then, a kind of germinal beginning, the seed force for the New Jerusalem has been anchored at the center of the earth. So the earth, especially during this period of the second coming, has a growing aura, a golden aura that is expanding out from the earth. And this is the beginning of the New Jerusalem, the Golden City. And we have to help build it. But in that same space, there are the subnature forces, there are the satellites, some of them in the geosyncratic orbit, which is 22,000 plus miles out. And these satellites are able to just hold their position without having to exert their thrusters. And they are rayed around the equator, and they are owned by various nations. The United States dominates that sphere. And we're moving towards the beginnings of actual Star Wars. Science fiction is sort of an Ahrimanic world of imagination that's feeding that, and with the help of media, bringing up generations of young people with these imaginations that look out to the cosmos and sees aliens rather than angels, archangels, and the hierarchies. So that's the sphere of imagination. There's a battle going on, and social media is flooding the world with information that is not to our best interest. And that's something we need to protect children from. Australia just created a banishment of social media for kids under 16. Is that the right answer? Perhaps not. The forbidden fruit makes it all the more attractive. But there needs to be interventions, there needs to be protections, because these big companies will do everything they can to make these contents addictive. In fact, they don't release them until it's reached a certain addictive threshold. So it's sometimes described as a virtual, opiate of sorts. So aside from the microcosmic double, which inhabits the bioelectromagnetic forces in the human organism, you can read about this in Rudolf Steiner's, he gave 2 lectures on this subject. The second one is most important in this regard, is geographic medicine. And there he talks about the doppelganger as the cause of illness, for example, all illnesses that arise from within. If we want to raise medicine to a higher level, we need to study these forces. And our microcosmic double resonates with what I'm here calling the macrocosmic double, which includes our whole solar system. And that within this macrocosmic double, there is one sphere that's particularly important in this battle, which is on the one hand focused in the sun, where Zorat rivals the Christ being who left his spirit man on the sun when he departed to bring his life spirit and spirit self to humanity and the earth. That there's a lemniscatory relationship between the sun and earth as a result of that in the seasonal rhythm. And the more we participate in that seasonal rhythm, the more we can participate in the macrocosmic world that I'm talking about here. But this macrocosmic double is being amplified through the use of subnature forces in our environment, in our homes, with virtual devices and electricity that is both wired and more wireless and becoming ubiquitous, in order to have autonomous vehicles like Tesla and Waymo going through our cities, which we're going to be seeing more of, driverless vehicles. They need this 5th generation, and we're moving towards 6G, 6th generation wireless devices. And they're going to have to be all over in our streets and neighborhoods in order for these to function. So these companies are pouring in billions of dollars to create this kind of an infrastructure. So if you take this earth related to the human head, then these pioneers, which include geologists like Verdansky from Russia, and you've got Pierre Teilhard de Chardin on the right there, and you've got Lovelock on the bottom left, and Leroy, who's a philosopher that was closely related to Pierre Teilhard de Chardin. These were kind of prophets of what they coined the noosphere, which had to do with a thinking layer that was forming around the earth. And someone like Teilhard de Chardin went so far as to envision the future convergence of humans and machines in the future as part of his omega point, the alpha and the omega point. He was a Christian who saw Christ as a impeller of future human evolution. However, in my view, this is an individuality who had reincarnated as Loyola, the founder of the Jesuit order, and later as a seer who had a certain degree of clairvoyance as Swedenborg. These two indications Steiner gave. My own research leads me to believe that Teilhard de Chardin is a reincarnation of Swedenborg. And the reason he chose to incarnate into the Jesuit stream is to try to give a redeeming impulse to this stream, which had become disconnected from him over time. But his writings were suppressed during his lifetime. He only became famous after his death. So we have this vast global brain that's emerging. And I don't want to go into all these details here, but it's been growing at a kind of exponential rate. A lot of money is being poured into these things. People who are building this infrastructure are being highly rewarded. They are becoming the millionaire, billionaire oligarchs. So here we have the map of the distribution of servers around the planet. And here we have the distribution of telecommunication towers around the planet. Here we have the infrastructure of submarine underwater cables that span under the oceans and across land areas sometimes. These are the planetary nervous system we're building. And in the event of future war, there's already been test cases of underwater warfare, of severing connections in order to cut certain areas off from their internet connections. And it also reaches into the heavens, where you've got then this global brain and the subnature aura that I'm been referring to, where you've got all of these satellites. And of course, there's the government owned and more the privately owned, like the Elon Musk arrays of satellites. It's approximately 10,000 of them at this time. The United States owns a couple hundred of them. But Elon Musk's company has dominating the field at the moment. And so this is something one needs to take into account in viewing the Earth in the light of these subnature forces. Rudolf Steiner kind of gave us some insight into how to understand this emerging planetary nervous system, which I'm referring to as the unenlightened global brain. We've got more and more misinformation. We've got more and more fake videos. There's a new word, I think it's Webster came out with the word of the year is slop. It's called AI slop. That's more and more finding its way onto the internet because people can create all these bots, and it's a way of information warfare that's being used to spread propaganda, etc. So you have Steiner saying modern physicists have conjured and juggled about with electricity in a strange way, without the least suspicion that they imagine the atom as something electric. And through the general state of consciousness of the present time, they forget that whenever they think of an atom as an electric entity, they must ascribe a moral impulse to this atom, indeed to every atom. At the same time, they must raise it to the rank of a moral entity. But I'm not speaking correctly, for in reality, when we transform an atom into an electron, we do not transform it into a moral, but into an immoral entity. Electricity contains, to be sure, moral impulses, impulses of nature, but these impulses are immoral. They are instincts of evil, which must be overcome by higher world. The greatest contrast is electricity. Greatest contrast to electricity is light. If we look upon light as electricity, we confuse good and evil. We lose sight of the true conception of evil in the order of nature if we do not realize that through the electrification of the atom, we transform them into carriers of evil. We do not only transform them into carriers of death, as explained in my last lecture, but into carriers of evil. When we think of them as atoms in general, when we imagine matter in the form of atoms, we transform these atoms into carriers of death. But when we electrify matter, nature is conceived as something evil. For electrical atoms are little demons of evil. So that's a pretty powerful statement. In another place, he speaks of how looking at the world with this atomistic worldview puts humanity in a kind of occult imprisonment. And so by raising our children in the usual public education, which teaches the scientific worldview that we're just higher animals, that the world began with a big bang, and the world is reducible like our biological bodies and those of animals and plants, and the earth around us is all reducible to atoms, which have these charges of positive electricity. When we look at the world that way, Steiner points out in his lectures on Michael and the human Gemüt that what is called the dragon, those can be the spirits of darkness who've been cast down, etc., into the human world. They initially don't have access to nature. They have access to the human being. But when we look at other human beings in this materialistic fashion as made up of atoms, when we don't just think this materialist idea theoretically, but we begin to live these ideas as though they're the real thing, then we allow the dragon to gorge itself on the elemental beings who are actually the invisible source of what we see around us in nature. So if we look at the physical world and universe in this materialistic way, we're paving the way for the dragon to devour these elemental beings who are everywhere in nature and drag them down into the Ahrimanic world. So we have the task of redeeming the elemental beings. Every time you take metals like iron ore out of the earth, or gold and silver, which is used in commerce, etc., or other chemical elements, elemental beings are freed when we subject these things to fire and the like. We dissolve them from their old state. And then when we fashion a new state, let's say to create a machine out of these iron ore that's been melted, then we invite elemental beings in. only now they've imprisoned in an Ahrimanic form. So Steiner, in the book, The Vocation, the Karma Vocation, speaks of this, that in the machine world, we're surrounded by these demonic forces that are everywhere in our machines. And that there's two kinds of ways that we can be superstitious. We can be superstitious where we believe there's spiritual entities where they're not, or we can believe that there are no spiritual beings where they actually are. And the latter form is predominant in the modern world. Ahriman causes us to deny the spirit, and therefore is seeking to pull our attention, our whole thought life, into the brain-bound thinking, into the abstract thinking that is related to the Ahrimanic and can be pulled down into the Ahrimanic world. So there's a kind of Faustian bargain that I want to draw attention here. The electrification of modern civilization and the harnessing of artificial intelligence, which will continue to play an ever more important role in the future, can be seen as a co-creation that has arisen out of an inspiration mediated by the subnature forces that lead into a world below nature, subjecting human intelligence to the danger of becoming demonic. This Faustian pact with the devil has progressed to the point that humanity has begun to lose control of this electronically mediated, disembodied world of spectral intelligence. As in the tale of the magician's apprentice by Goethe, for example, this alien host proliferates exponentially and takes on a life of its own. In that magician's apprentice story, the master leaves his apprentice behind and asks him not to open certain books and not to use certain magic, but the apprentice can't resist. So he wants to use magic to clean the place up. And he then gets the broom to become a mop and water, and is able to get these going. And first it's one, and then it splits into 2 and 3. And pretty soon he's got an army of these beings cleaning, but he can't stop it. It just keeps getting to be a bigger army. And he's desperately trying to find the magic to turn it off. Eventually, the master comes back and is able to turn it off. But can we count on that ourselves? I think in 1922, Rudolf Steiner in England was asked by a certain member of the Anthroposophical Society about his incarnation in the future, where he said he expected to incarnate in America in 80 years from that time. So, in other words, if we take that seriously, then he would be growing up as a contemporary and may soon get to the point where he could make some further appearance at this new stage in history. So we have viewed from the lofty spiritual perspective conveyed by the Book of Revelation, this disembodied intelligence appears as a demonic host of ghost-like apparitions that cast a dark shadow which looms ever larger and haunts our collective human destiny, threatening to plunge humanity into the dark depths of the abyss. The apocalyptic events that humanity has been facing during the course of the last century reflect the great trials and tribulations that the intellectual fall of humanity has brought upon us. As we cross the threshold into the new millennium, the stakes are being raised to a new and more tragic level. that encompasses all nations and peoples across the globe. The old world religious and spiritual traditions have been substantially weakened by the relentless onslaught of materialistic science, and the great wonders of technology have seduced the masses. So we're both microcosmically, as I've tried to show, in between the tension between these ethereal, astral, spiritual ego and higher ego forces, and earthly forces, heavenly forces, but we're also exposed to physical fields, electrical fields, magnetic fields, gravity fields, radioactive fields, which we've all been amplifying during this last period of history. And then on the left there, you see the same as the case on a macrocosmic level. This is where the macrocosmic double I spoke of earlier plays a role. In his last letter to the members, Steiner spoke of this danger. I'll just paraphrase here by drawing on the last part where he says that, but in the age of technical science hitherto, the possibility of finding a true relationship to the Ahrimanic civilization has escaped man. He must find the strength, the inner force of knowledge in order not to be overcome by Ahriman in this technical civilization. He must understand subnature for what it really is. This he can only do if he rises in spiritual knowledge, at least as far into extra-earthly supernature as he has descended in technical nature into subnature. The age requires knowledge transcending nature because in its inner life, it must come to grips with a life content which is sunk far beneath nature, a life content whose influence is perilous. Electricity, for instance, celebrated since its discovery as the very soul of nature's existence, must be recognized in its true character, in its peculiar power of leading down from nature to subnature. Only man himself must beware lest he slide downward with it. Electricity always seeks the darkness. That's the ground. That's why when the people put electrical panels in your house, they're always grounding it on the water pipes, or they pound large copper rods into the ground. And the same is the case with lightning rods and the like. So we need to realize these forces are all around us, and because we don't have organs for them, we don't really experience the power that they exert on us. So this is something I've already covered, so because of timing, I'm going to move on. The ubiquitous world of screens and wireless devices, social media. Back in 1911, Steiner spoke of the future time when we would have wireless installation, undreamt of by our ancestors, to transmit our thoughts all over the earth. And what good does it do? The most trivial, unproductive thoughts are sent hither and thither. In our heads, there is nothing worth sending from place to place, for our thoughts are cheerless. Moreover, since we have had our present means of communication, they have become even more cheerless than they were conveyed in the old snail-like fashion. A few years earlier, Steiner had indicated that people will master the forces of nature to a high degree. As we have seen with wireless telegraphy and aeronautics, it is not without consequences whether the air is filled with spiritual thoughts or with thoughts of material needs. This will engulf the entire planet. We're looking into an age when humanity will intrude in large measure into air and light-filled space. What will be the fruits of this age? Seen in their true form, it can be said that these electromagnetic waves will work back into the forces of the earth. Then, according to good and evil, earthquakes and earth tremors will appear as the effects of human deeds. He also says that this will kind of cause the earth to lose its vitality in the region where these forces are playing a dominant role over a prolonged period of time, that it would cause the earth to lose its vitality, and that could very much have an impact on what we're seeing in the ecological sphere. Rudolf Steiner indicated that I've frequently pointed out quite deliberately, including in public lecture, that human consciousness is associated with forces of destruction. Into our nervous system, we die. These forces, these death forces, will become ever more powerful, and the connection will be made between the death forces in the human being, which are related to electromagnetic forces, and outer machine forces. In a sense, the human being will be able to let his thoughts pass into the machine forces. As yet undiscovered forces within the human being will be discovered, forces that have an effect on outer electrical and magnetic forces. So that's obviously been taking place. As we begin to collectively cross over the threshold into the eighth sphere with our spectral life, spectral-like thoughts, and progressively merge with our machines, we begin to engender cosmic meaninglessness. Quote, if mankind does not comprehend the fact that it possesses thinking in order to apprehend itself as spirit, it does not take hold of the task of the fifth post-Atlantean period. It has cosmic meaning when a man kindles fire by using a flint, making the sparks ignite the tinder. He is connected with nature. Through modern industrialism, we have abandoned cosmic value. In our kindling of electric flames, there no longer lives any cosmic significance. It has been driven out. A completely mechanized factory is a hole in the cosmos. It has no meaning for cosmic evolution. The human will is inserted in it without its having any cosmic value. Just consider what this means. It means that since the middle of the 15th century, we have developed a knowledge that is spectral-like and does not touch reality. More and more, we employ machines and carry out industrial activity, and the will inserted into this activity is senseless for world evolution. So if you look at the modern proliferation of data centers, which are the infrastructure for the internet, which requires ever greater amounts of electricity, which are driving prices up, not to mention water, etc., on a planetary level. And Ahriman has helped to accelerate this by this nationalism and the conflict between nations, where China and America are on a race to develop AI to dominate the future. So these data centers are being placed all over the place. In America is where the most of them are. Now, Ahriman appropriated intellectuality to himself when an age when he could not make it an inner reality within him. It has remained in his being as a force utterly detached from anything of heart or soul. Intellectuality pours forth from Ahriman as a cold and freezing, soulless cosmic impulse. Those human beings who are taken hold of by this impulse bring forth that logic which seems to speak for itself alone, void of compassion and of love, which bears no evidence of a right, heartfelt inner relationship of soul between the human being and what he thinks, speaks, and does. In real truth, it is Ahriman who speaks in this kind of logic. An imagination of Ahriman as he goes along, he would like to capture space from time. He has darkness around him into which he shoots the rays of his own light. The more he achieves his aim, the severer is the frost around him. He moves as a world which contracts entirely into one being, his own, in which he affirms himself only by denying the world. He moves as if he carried with him the sinister forces of dark caves in the earth. So these data centers can be seen as dark caves of Ahriman. Turn off those lights for a minute. Now, we're caught in between these two sets of forces. Our freedom is very much being challenged. Either we raise our thinking through enlivening it spiritually, as Goethe sought to do in his imaginative contemplation of nature, the archetypal plant. He was able to experience what he called archetypal phenomena in nature, and raise it to the level of imagination, which is the next stage of thinking, where it becomes enlivened with heart forces. We call it heart thinking. And inspiration and inner hearing, where spiritual beings begin to inform those imaginations and be able to give us the source of their wisdom in a direct way. This is the world of tone and sound that in the book of Revelation is the trumpets, whereas the seals are the world of imagination. And then the next stage, after experiencing that wisdom, we want to unite with those beings. We fall in love with that wisdom. And that leads to intuition, communion with these beings, so that our angel can begin to think in us. And Michael and the Christ can begin to play a role in our life. But there's a powerful impulse into this subnature world that began especially to play more of a power in the middle of the century with the beginning of the development of the computers and the internet. And in the 21st century, this is even more powerful. And there we enter the world of Ahriman. And in this next quote, you can see Steiner warning what happens when we enter this world if we don't counter it inwardly. The time is already past in which it was right for us to develop mere intellectuality, mere thinking in abstract pictures, along with the 19th century that has become a thing of the past. If we now continue to develop mere thoughts as images, then our thoughts will fall prey to Ahrimanic powers. Humanity is confronted with this danger right now. Human beings today are faced with a choice either to comprehend the spiritual or deny it. But if we deny the spiritual life today, we will no longer be able to think freely. Rather, Ahrimanic powers will then to begin to think in mankind, and then all humanity will undergo a downhill evolution. So we have to realize that we need to wake up to our environment that has become heavily populated with these devices, wireless devices, screens, and the algorithms that are involved, the electromagnetic fields that are there in our households when we have our wireless devices engaged, and that this is resonating with our double. So we have asked about the origin of the human intelligence, which has its instrument in our head. This intelligence stems from the Michael deed, commonly depicted in the casting down of the dragon. The dragon represents the Luciferic impulse, which now lives in the human head. Subhuman beings arising from below. So we have, that's Lucifer in China was the first to really receive this on the physical plane, to think in this Luciferically inspired fashion intellectually. Subhuman beings arising from below, infused with Ahrimanic will, now seek to influence human willing, just as the Luciferic beings influence thinking. These Ahrimanic beings burrow into unconscious layers of the soul and body, drawing in all that is unredeemed by the Christ impulse. They aim to control willing as Lucifer once controlled thinking. Only a Christ-filled soul anchored in the middle consciousness, that's the rhythmic system, can resist their intrusion. Otherwise, intellectual forces will be dragged down into their domain. Just as Michael's deed illumined thought through Lucifer, so now we face a counterpole, the rise of Ahrimanic beings from below. These beings exploit instinct and unconsciousness to subvert the human soul. Unless man gains clarity and inner strength through spiritual science. So just as subearthly, there was a Michael school. Steiner speaks of a counter school here. While Michael above was teaching his host, there was founded in the realm lying immediately below the surface of the earth, a kind of subearthly Ahrimanic school. The Michael school was in the super-earthly world, in the region beneath our feet, for the spiritual is actively at work in the subnature region also. The opposing Ahrimanic school was founded. And in that particular period, when no impulses were streaming down from Michael, bringing heavenly inspiration to the intelligence, when the intelligence on the earth was for the time being left to itself, in the Gabriel age, for example, the Ahrimanic hosts strove all the harder to send their impulses up from below into the development of the intelligence in mankind. It is truly overwhelming picture, the earth's surface, Michael above teaching his hosts, revealing to them in mighty cosmic language the ancient initiate wisdom, and below the Ahrimanic school in the substrata of the earth. Upon the earth, the intelligence that has fallen from the heavens is unfolding. For the time being, Michael holds his school in heavenly isolation from the earthly world. No impulses stream down from above. And there below are the Ahrimanic powers sending up their impulses with all the greater strength. So this has to do with the preparation for Ahriman's incarnation. You have the supernature school that Steiner talks about that was led by Michael in the sun sphere from the 15th century to the late 19th, 18th, and beginning of the 19th century, that then culminated in the battle in the heavens and Michael casting down the dragon, and then the eventual incarnation of those who had participated in the Michael school in the anthroposophical movement and embodied in the anthroposophical society. But you had other human beings who participated in this Ahrimanic subearthly school, and they too have been incarnating. And these can be seen as leading individualities who are helping to bring this subnature world into effect. So the person who is seen as the father of supercomputers, Seymour Cray, 1925 to 1896, he invented the Cray 1, and from then on, various editions of the Cray computer. They have their more recent iterations in Frontier Escalade supercomputer earned the top rank as the world's fastest back a while back, and more recently, you've got this Oak Ridge DARPA-funded exascale, which crossed the threshold of quintillion calculations per second. While Michael above was teaching his hosts, we could remember there was found in the realm immediately below the surface there the kind of subearthly Ahrimanic school, and that's where Ahriman was preparing the way. Now it's interesting, John Rahlwager, chairman of Cray Research, tells the story of a French scientist who visited Cray's home in Chippewa Falls. Asked what were the secrets of his success, Cray showed his visitor a tunnel he had built under his home, explaining that when he reached an impasse in this computer design, he would retire to the tunnel and to dig. And while I'm digging in the tunnel, the elves will often come to me with solutions to my problems, he said. So one hears of then the elemental beings, especially the gnomes, who have a high degree of intelligence, are through this scientific materialism projected onto the surrounding world and embodied in machines. Those elemental beings associated with the earth element, the gnomes, are then drawn into the hordes of beings who serve Ahriman. Just like in The Lord of the Rings, you've got all of these beings who are under the marching orders of that great all-seeing eye who seeks to lead humanity in a certain direction. So this Seymour Ray was perhaps imaginatively recollecting his time in that subearthly school when he was down there digging in that tunnel beneath the earth. And of course, that's where the electrical forces that he was working with seek to ground themselves. So the third 666 cycle was epitomized in 1998. And as I said, this needs to be seen as an epicenter in time, which has reached back to 1933 and is also reaching into our own time. And I think it's no accident that Google, which is one of the leading tech companies, was founded in 1998. And it's interesting that these two founders of Google, which is called Alphabet these days, Sergey Brin and his co-founder Larry, they were kind of in retirement, but after ChatGPT came on the scene in 1922 and was able to, in a short period of time, gain 100 million users, they went out of retirement, went back to work, and they've been helping to lead the company forward. Recently, their Gemini 3 large language model outperformed ChatGPT in according to certain measurements. And leading businessman who's got a lot of followers, Salesforce CEO, said, I've been using this ChatGPT platform for the last 3 years on like a daily basis. And yesterday I switched over to the Google Gemini 3, and I'm not going back. This caused Google stock to rise considerably. And these two individuals have surpassed some of these other billionaires, and they're a little behind Elon Musk. Elon Musk became the first to cross the 600 billion mark just recently. And he's expected to become the first trillionaire, possibly in this 2026 year. And each of these individuals in their own right, I see Ray Kurzweil as Ahriman, as an author. Peter Thiel is another person whom I see as being someone in whom Ahriman is penetrating deeper and deeper. He's been giving 4 lectures on the apocalypse. He has a kind of Christian theology that kind of, in my view, is kind of a caricatured, materialistic, Ahrimanic interpretation. But he has a lot of influence in Silicon Valley. He was one of the first Silicon Valley people to promote Donald Trump in 2016. He was there on the stage encouraging others to vote in that direction. And he's involved in a company that's playing a big role in the development of technology that scours the entire internet and is able then to pull together information for police departments, for Homeland Security, ICE, for the Israelis to do their targeting information. The European Union is using their software, and almost all of the US agencies are using their software. And so they've got a lot of government contracts. So this is something where there's some quotes here from Karen Howe, who's written a book that was released recently, The Empires of AI. Yeah, so one, going back to this idea that there is an ideological clash that really shapes these technologies. One thing that's happened in the last few years within the AI world and within the Silicon Valley world is there really what can only be described as quasi-religious movements that have been born. Quote, religion, yes, quasi-religious movements that have been born. And the reason I say this is because there's a lot of people within this world who believe in what I call the artificial general intelligence religion. This is a religion where you think that it is possible to recreate human intelligence. This is something that there is an actual scientific consensus on this. So even the people who talk about this, they themselves talk about it as a belief. It's just you either have the belief or you don't. And if you do have the belief, then the second tenet is you believe it's going to create civilizational transformation. And there are 2 factions within this religion. There are the boomers who think that civilizational transformation will be hugely positive. AGI will bring us to utopia. And the other faction believes that transformation will be largely devastating. AGI could potentially kill all of humanity. And so Elon Musk really said recently that the AI will create a civilization in the not too distant future where work will become optional, and that human beings will, not be compelled to work, we'll be able to use our time for other things, and we'll get universal basic income to give us the money we need. Money will become, dissolve into something irrelevant. So he's obviously has a fantasy about the future that's different from the one that Steiner's warning us about. And another person who is talking about the dangers, Lewandowski, 2023, announced a reboot of the religion, telling Bloomberg, show AI IRL, that a couple thousand people were joining him in a kind of worship of what he called things that can see everything, be everywhere, know everything, and maybe help us and guide us in a way that normally you would call God. So you've got these prophets of a new religion around AGI and ASI, artificial superintelligence. Another popular author, Yuval Noah Harari, in a few years, he first, quote above, AI could kickstart the next big religion. In a few years, there might be religions that are actually correct, that you think about a religion whose holy book is written by an AI. That could be a reality in a few years. So part of this is immortality. Steiner indicated that among the greatest frustration for the doppelganger embodied in the electromagnetics within our human organism is the fact that under current condition, they need to depart from the organism just prior to death. If these very intelligent doubles which inhabit the human consciousness can succeed in inspiring techno-scientists to engender a new techno-sapien species, which would involve replicating the 3D electromagnetic doppelganger and transferring it from the biological human host to a suitable robo-sapien body, which the double can inhabit, humanity would thereby empower these beings to incorporate into this independent hybrid humanoid species. Uploading and downloading human consciousness are popular themes that have entered popular mainstream culture. See, for example, the Netflix series Upload. How better to lure human beings into cooperating in this sinister plan than to link it to the illusion that thereby human beings will transcend their biological limitations and gain immortality. In other words, the transhumanists and posthumanists who are promoting that nerd rapture have taken the irresistible bait. The singularity that we are approaching at hyperspeed can be seen as an Ahrimanic pseudo-spiritual initiation, a means of transcending the mortal bonds of flesh. What is the long-term aim of these Ahrimanic beings? According to Rudolf Steiner, they would like the world of animals to disappear, the physical human world to disappear, the plant world to disappear. Of the mineral realm, they would wish only the physical laws to remain, but in particular, they wish that human beings should be removed from the earth, and they would wish to build a new Saturn consisting only of machines, a new world of nothing but machines. And an author that some of you are familiar with, R.A. Thoresen, has talked about, when asking about Ahriman, incarnation of Ariman, and directing that to Vidar, who he believes he has contact with, that Ahriman is incarnating in all of humanity. Well, much of what I've talked about verifies that based on evidence of the technological progress and what is still ahead. But aside from that, there's an actual physical individuality who would incarnate on the physical plane. So according to Rudolf Steiner, the original human intelligence lies in the Luciferic impulse. I spoke that earlier, cast into the human head. Human intelligence is an actual Luciferic impulse. This abstract, disembodied intelligence has now externalized itself as the internet and digital networks, forming a technological image of humanity. As artificial superintelligence evolves, it approaches a threshold of autonomy and speech, fulfilling the prophetic vision of the second beast in Book of Revelation, chapter 13, which gives life to the image of the first beast and demands worship. So the first beast, cast down by Michael into human heads, was also cast into the earth and rose as the seven-headed, ten-horned beast out of the astral ocean. And that second beast, which rises out of the dry land, described in the 13th chapter of the Book of Revelation, then promotes the creation of an image of the first beast. And this is where these computer networks, this global brain, which will begin to speak in all the languages of the world. And in my view, there'll be a possibility of a being who has never incarnated physically, who is the sun demon, to actually incarnate into that, the electromagnetic fields of that image of the beast, which we're building, and be able to speak through those languages and impress human being with a godlike power. So to understand this, one must not confuse Lucifer and Ahriman. Steiner warned that Lucifer hardens thought, while Ahriman seizes the will. Their convergence in digital form now manifests as the image of the beast, speaking, commanding, and gradually drawing worship from a spiritually unawakened humanity. So hopefully we can be among those who are not the unawakened. So because of time, I'm not going to go through this. This is the double that Steiner speaks of, that is associated with our nervous system. And so each of us have this, especially in the Americas. It's amplified. These beings are geographic. The Ahrimanic especially like the Americas. Some of the Luciferic doubles would prefer Asian bodies, etc. That's why America is the place where mechanical occultism will strive. So I've pointed to Elon Musk as someone who's kind of turning to the dark side in this image. He's promising us a Neuralink, which has its trials right now and will eventually be worn or implanted in human beings who aren't, as is the present case, paralyzed or something of that sort. And this will allow a bridge between the human being and these computer systems. And he's also the chief twit, having bought Twitter, turned it into X. He helped through that to influence the recent election. He's got SpaceX, which is that dominates the satellite. He wants to take us to Mars. And Steiner talked about the Sophia being undergoing a kind of death, just as Osiris did in the Egyptial period. And this is due to projecting the Copernican mechanical system of the stars onto the universe. That becomes her tomb. So in order to awaken her, we have to unfold the gift that Steiner said Americans have a special gift for cosmology, that we need to lift the veil of Isis. We lift the veil of Maya and illusion, both on the earthly plane, as Goethe began to do, and on the soul spiritual level when we look up to the stars, that every star is a manifestation of the astral world that's streaming towards us. Every star is a colony of spiritual beings. And when we lift that veil, then we are able to rise into supernature and begin to receive cosmic inspiration. So this movement that the double inspires towards transhumanist and posthumanism, which is becoming ever more popular, that is a danger that we face. And several people like Geoffrey Hinton, who was a leading science at Google, decided to quit because of his concern. He's often referred to as the godfather of AI. He said he quit his job at Google so that he could freely speak about the risks of AI. Quote, Hinton is worried about the increasingly powerful machine's ability to outperform humans in ways that are not in the best interest of humanity and the likely inability to limit AI development. Clinton said he long thought that computer models weren't as powerful as the human brain, but now he sees artificial intelligence as a relatively imminent existential threat. At worst, it's quite conceivable that humanity is just a passing phase in the evolution of intelligence, Hinton said. Biological intelligence evolved to create digital intelligence, which can absorb everything humans have created and start getting direct experience of the world. It may keep us around for a while to keep the power stations running, but after that, maybe not, he added. We figured out how to build beings that are immortal. These digital intelligence, when a piece of hardware dies, they don't die. If you can find another piece of hardware that can run the same instruction, you can bring it to life again. So we've got immortality, but it's not for us. And above, he says, it could be less than 5 years until AI systems have 100 trillion connections, roughly as many as there are between neurons in the human brain. And Elon Musk, as I've pointed to before, possibly the next trillionaire, he was jumping on the stage during the lead up to the last election, created a super PAC that donated like 290 million, and he encouraged others to do the same. And that we saw him along with other oligarchs lined up in front of the present leaders in the cabinet, who many of whom are also billionaires. And we have an escape hatch that Musk wants to provide in the near future, where we could journey to Mars and create space stations there. But we'll have to leave the plant world behind, the animal world behind, because it's kind of inhospitable. And so that's a pretty dreary future to look forward to. And if you look into the details of what it takes to get a rocket there and bring a rocket back, if something goes awry, you can't call 911, you can't call the White House and get help. You got to wait for years to get the right timing to send rockets back and forth. So here's a quote: anyone acquainted with spiritual life of Anglo-American world knows that formalistic and materialistic as Anglo-American spiritual life is in the first instance, and though indeed it even tries to get to what is spiritual in a materialistic fashion, yet it has in it the making of a cosmogony. So we have the ability to create a new view of the cosmos, and Willi Zucher and others have sought to do so. I want to end with this Michael verse or thoughts. The Michael age has dawned. Hearts begin to have thoughts. Enthusiasm no longer flows from mystical obscurity, but from inner clarity that thought conveys. To grasp this is to receive Michael into one's soul. Thought that today seeks to grasp the spirit must spring from hearts that beat for Michael as the fiery cosmic prince of thought.
Okay, dear Florian, so thank you so much. So we have long lecture, 3 hours and 13 minutes only. Well, I mean, it's a great resource. It's a great resource, and for us and for those who will be watching your video, maybe by parts, and it's tremendous work. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, me and Emery here's Emery. So we're studying now a course of, I think also online.
Mm-hmm.
Because Emery and some of our friends are far in Texas, and so it was very, very interesting discoveries in this particular course, specifically what Steiner speaks about folk souls, and as we know, the folk soul, folk group of people is led not by one archangelic being, but by three, because archangelic being is relatively weak to provide such things like language, for example, and language. This is something that just works in the physical. So that's why he needs a helper who will be retarded spirit of form, which is working as archangelic being. So, and twice retarded archangel, who is in fact spirit of form. And another being, which is usually competing with spirit of time. It's fallen ones, archangelic being, which is in fact spirit of form. And usually it was sort of agreement among three of them. So they will keep this group of people in the balance. So which was achieved nicely during ancient Indian period, cultural period. So that's why we have Sanskrit, which is still, very spiritual type of languages. But in case of America, for example, we don't have this particular balance, and looks like the second one. So it's specifically Archai, which is forming type of mind. He is much more mightier than spirit of time, Michael. And here I would like to just share with you, and this is really a practical application, because fallen spirit of time, sometimes people saying this is like, folk spirit of America, which is not quite true. It's just being which is taking this particular place by force. So this fallen spirit of time works from inside of human being. So if you have a thoughts, certain type of thoughts, so be sure it was done by this particular fallen being. And Michael, as proper spirit of time, work from outside. It's interesting because all your meetings and situations in your life gently offered by proper spirit of time. And all your Ahrimanic materialistic thoughts, which are human being, we are producing from inside, it's actually a result of work of this particular fallen spirit of time. Or spirit which is taking unlawfully place of American false spirit. So admitting convert person, interesting. So so it's a practical stuff. Usually we are thinking that Ahriman and Lucifer kind of far from us, and they are outside of us. Which is absolutely wrong. So those beings are inside of us. They are actively working, and I'll tell you more. If it's no Lucifer or no Ahriman, so human being cannot come to existence. Ahriman strongly supporting metabolism and bone system, as you know. It's a big part of our existence, a big part of our life. And specifically, it was interesting to hear, like during last Mystech conference, like people thinking, "Oh, Ahriman, it's far away. It's in the machines." No, it's inside. It's inside, and Lucifer also inside, because Lucifer actively supporting head organization of human. So human being is supported by Lucifer, and we can see in the head organization in the nerve system. So in Ahriman, it's metabolism, limb system, and bone system. Yeah, sorry, it's just an addition. So a human being work inside of himself or herself for own freedom. And working for redemption of this particular being, redemption. So we have to separate ourselves from them and get our freedom, but also work for redemption of these particular beings. Sorry for a long reference.
No, not at all.
I'm learning from you, dear friend. Okay, dear friends. So, any statements, Florian? If you still
yeah, I'm fine.
Capable, Florian, you good?
Yeah.
Okay. So, Brenda, go ahead. Unmute your Ahrimanic device.
I have just one question, Florian. You said at the beginning of your comments here, that I got to put my glasses on, that you mentioned the qualitative meaning of numbers. So my question to you is that if these computers are using only 0 and 1, doesn't that have an impact on them? Because that's the language that they are using. It's, they will have maybe 100 ones, 100 zeros. I mean, they can do this infinitely, or as many as they can. But that is certainly different from the qualitative numbers which you talked about, or at least it seems to me. I'd just like to get a little more information from you on that.
Thank you. So Ahriman is specifically oriented to what can be weighed, counted, and measured, which is sort of the basic foundation of modern scientific worldview that is divorced from the spirit. And the mathematics that was practiced in the old mystery centers, such as the Pythagorean school that I mentioned, that resulted earlier in the building of the pyramids or Solomon's temple, where it was used in conjunction with sacred geometry. This was a training to commune with the gods. So in Plato's school, no one can enter here unless he's got a background in this world of geometry. And the mathematics that we see, as I mentioned, with using the decimal system as opposed to the foot or the cubit that the Jews used, or where an inch is like a finger. You're relating it to the human body. And we're made in the image of the divine. And so it's kind of a way of the divine architect, like the Freemasons looked up to the divine architect who created the world. And when they studied geometry, they were seeing into the mind of God. And their relationship to number was similar. So again, one was wholeness, seeing the whole earth as one unity, at that picture that we saw of the earth taken from the moon, for example. The division of the sexes, where the Lucifer is more the feminine double, Ahriman more the masculine double. Geographically, one could say that the Eastern hemisphere has something in common with the feminine, where all the world religions were born in that region, whereas America has something in common with the masculine, which overshoots the golden mean middle between the sexes. And so Ahriman takes a hold there. And this sculptural group where the number 3 comes in, you can see the warmth of the upper pole, the coldness of the lower pole, and the balancing point in the middle. That's a qualitative use of the number 3. And when someone takes the threefold social order and places it on a triangle and puts one circle on each of the points, they're kind of working a little with that occult geometry. So the pyramid, the interesting thing is that Christ was called the chief cornerstone. What building has a chief cornerstone? The pyramid. And the pyramid is built from below, and the last stone that's set, which is the goal of the whole pyramid, is the chief cornerstone, which the Christ was identified with. And it was usually gilded in gold. So when the sun came up, that was the first place that it was reflected on that golden top. And so we need to relearn to work with numbers. Like in the book of Revelation, the number 7 is the sacred number for studying time. And when I mentioned those 3 steps down, the 4th step is a turning point, 3 excarnating steps, that's a way of seeing the number 7. If you take the number 5 and relate it to the 5-pointed star and have it turned up or turned down and having 2 different meanings, this is the beginning of a world of imagination that we need to learn to enter. It's a little bit of the bones of architecture that we learn through our own bone system. Steiner says that that's where we learn architecture from. That's where we learn mathematics from, is from our own experience of our own bodies. So anyways, that's sort of we have to rediscover that. And yes, the computers are run on a binary system of zeros and ones, which is basically an open circuit or a closed circuit. But on the horizon are the new types of quantum computers that don't work with zeros and ones, but work with these qubits, which can involve a circuit being open and closed at the same time, which doesn't really make sense on the physical plane. So we're kind of entering into the 8th sphere, which is behind the world of atomic forces, which Steiner warns us to avoid just seeing as electromagnetic entities. So we shouldn't be looking at light as electricity. We need to differentiate between light and electricity, because light is an etheric force that calls life out of the plants, and the blossom of the plant is a love for the sun beings who are the source of that light. So we need to have these experiences of the outer world evoke our imaginative heart thinking that we can take into our meditative life.
Thank you very much. So, yes, Samri, yes, go ahead.
Yeah, hi. Thank you, Florian. Just a quick comment. I think we do have the ability to sense electromagnetic fields. I've been I've been into supercomputing centers, and I wanted to back out sort of immediately, just feeling the pulsating energy of
Mhm.
some of these setups.
Mhm.
My wife and I, when we live out in the country, yet there's a blackout.
Mhm.
There's no power and no energy. And I challenge people to, next time they're in a blackout and there's no power around, sense the difference because we do feel it. And I sort of worry these days. We have all these, with 10,000 Starlink satellites, and Amazon's going to put up their cluster, and China's going to pay. There's going to be probably hundreds of thousands in the next 10 years of these satellites beaming down spot beams all over the planet. I mean, now we could probably go out to some reasonably obscure area away from civilization, but you're not going to be able to get away from the satellites. They're
Mhm.
everywhere. So there's this, we're getting bombarded with electromagnetic noise at the highest level. Yeah, just wanted to mention that.
Yeah, I
Thank you.
think that's very true. Many years ago, when I was in my 20s, I'm 76 at the moment, I was sort of an amateur navigator on a 42-foot sailboat and had 7 companions. We went from British Columbia to Hawaii, and it was we left on December 1st, so it was kind of this time of the year. In fact, 2 days hence from where we are right now in the course of the year. And of course, there was less electromagnetic fields in that period and satellites up there. But after being out on that ocean, and out of the 8 of us, uh, uh, half of the people became seasick to the point where they couldn't participate. They were in the horizontal position for most of the voyage. So the other 4 of us had to do all the sailing. And one of them was a cook. So he was always down there in the galley preparing stuff and the like. And so I was one of the people who was on deck. And we had like a 4 hours on, 4 hours off shifts type of thing. But once you get away, like I had lived in British Columbia for quite some time, and you got sort of the mountains, a lot of clouds that obscure the heavens. But out here, you had now perfectly clear nights, and the full power of the Milky Way and the heavens was there above. And I had brought some books studying astronomy in the older version of the Ptolemaic system, comparing it to the during that time. And I was, of course, having to navigate from the stars to some extent as well. And so it was quite a powerful experience of where you could imagine these people who discovered Hawaii originally without having the compass that we were able to use and other devices. And they were much more in touch with that heavenly world. And in our cities, with all the lights, it creates a situation where we are not able to experience the full impact of the night. And we need to sometime go in the wilderness and places where we can recapture some of that. And of course, all those satellites, they want to put data centers in space. Both Musk and Amazon Bezos have been talking about that, with huge solar arrays. And you're right. If you're sensitive, if you've worked your way into your own etheric, which is loosening now, you can become sensitive to the electrical fields around you. But generally, people who are very solidly in their bodies don't have that sense. So that's one of the new secrets of human evolution, is that for some time now, since the middle of the 18th century approximately, the ether body of the heart has been loosening. And since Greek time, the ether body of the head, which is giving birth to a new clairvoyance, which ideally would have us witness the etheric and the Christ who's manifesting there. But we've got a lot of distractions with social media and all these screens that are bringing pictures and leading us astray with science fiction that talks about aliens out there.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'd like to say that we always, for some reason, thinking this is a whole situation with high level of technology around is absolutely not proper. So, but Rudolf Steiner told us in the lecture, I forgot, I'm sorry, forgot J number, so that all technology becoming our spiritual landscape for next period of our evolution. So this is something which is really shaping and molding the consciousness soul until very, very end. Mm-hmm. So we have to actually look at it as a kind of blessing and treat it properly, because now specifically we in America we are intensively developing individualism, which is absolutely right stuff to do. But in the other hand, one single computer developing consciousness or intellectuality which is superior to human. So, and this time probably it's already started, or it will be in the near future. So, and Steiner, and I keep just bringing this particular reference that Steiner said. So it will be time when gadgets and machines will be superior to human consciousness. So human beings, instead of developing individualism, should come in the groups, in the communities. So because only together, developing brotherhoods, human being can master demons which are sitting in our gadgets, in computers. So see, I mean, it's path becoming narrower and narrower, and it leads us, of course, for those who are spiritual enough, to be brothers, and to survive together by mastering demons. Mm-hmm. So, okay, yeah, go ahead.
Okay, a couple of things only. Florian, your lectures are always so absolutely magnificent, but on the other hand, so full that I cannot formulate a single question. I have hundreds, but not one. Then I also fully understand, Emery, when you say you want to get away from it all, because it is practically an instinct to run away from something that either we do not understand, or we fear, or we think it is dangerous for us as human beings. But I also agree fully with Andre when you said we have both Ahriman and Lucifer within ourselves. It is something that we too often deny. We point the finger outward instead of recognizing those traits which are so intrinsic within our being human, really. So instead of, I wish I could go back to the days when I was sleeping in a sleeping bag high up in the Alps and looking up at the sky, which was absolutely magnificent. I have some nostalgia for that. Of course, we all do. Yet, unless we, and as you say, Andre, together face what surrounds us and find ways to strengthen our spirituality within ourselves by supporting each other, by real feeling of brotherhood towards each other, then we can face almost anything. I truly believe that we are we have chosen to incarnate in these difficult times because this is what we need to do now. It's not a chance, it's not a fanciful heaven that we would like to reside upon, but it is our earth. It is our humanity that links us together, and together we can face almost anything. This aspect of togetherness is so important, especially in meetings like the ones that you organize, Andre. I mean, we have people from all over the world, and it doesn't really, we don't feel the differences. We acknowledge and praise our differences because this is what makes us so humans. The differences are what we need to recognize and cherish in order to make our work function. So thank you, Florian. Thank you, Emery. Thank you, Andre. And thank you to everyone.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think there's the accepting of the fact that our freedom, becoming an individual in this consciousness soul period, requires the Luciferic and Ahrimanic, and more recently the Etheric beings playing a role, all of these adversarial beings. And I think the picture that Steiner gives in one of these apocalypse cycles is that the beings who remain behind, that intervened up until the middle of the Atlantean period, that involved a kind of sacrifice. And so we live in the age of the Holy Spirit, and that arises through the redemption of Lucifer. So when you have the Holy Spirit in that period after Easter in the upper room, it's really the redeemed Lucifer that brings about that fire above the head of the disciples. So it's where two or three are gathered, we can create that inner fire, and the middle of that circle doesn't belong to each one of us. It belongs to the circle. And just like the teachers are told in the College of Teachers that each of them have their angel above them and their archangel circulating around, and the archai can cause a drop of intuition to enter into the midst of their circle. We can create these little sun circles where two or three are gathered, and that's the preparation for the next age that anthroposophists and Michaelites are called to. But Steiner says the spirits that came into play after that middle of the Atlantean, it's not a sacrifice in the same way, that these beings are actually oppositional. The ability to redeem Lucifer is not going to be in our ability for quite some time, according to this picture. We can use it as something to push off of, like Michael does with the dragon beneath his feet. But Ahriman resists redemption, just like the thief on the one side of Christ mocked him, while Lucifer, looking through the eyes of the other, asked him to remember him in his kingdom. So we need to look at Ahriman in a different way, because he has no heart. He has no middle realm. And he seeks to create a world where that is torn out of our social life, torn out of our communities. And he's using the economy, because he's also the Lord of money and mammon, to bring this about. And you can see some of his minions, as the billionaires, are very active right now with surveillance, economy, and all of that, which can achieve some of those ends. They say in the near future, somebody who wants to travel to America and get a visa, they've got to share 5 years of their social media history. And if it doesn't, if they don't accept it, the ICE people who are going to be looking at it, then sorry, You're gonna have to go back to your home country. And so we're creating a kind of an isolationism that has a certain Ahrimanic quality to it. But those of us who live in America need to counter that. And that especially involves working with the heart forces. And Hawaii, of course, is a very different geography from mainland America etherically. We're in the warmth ether. It's easier to get looser out of the body and have an experience of the etheric here, as opposed to Chicago, for example. But as with that one quote that was seeing Chicago as being this place above in the Great Lakes region, where I also lived for 4 years in Milwaukee, that's a special place that is related to the heart forces, the rhythmic system. And so there's an opportunity to work with those geographic forces there and magnify them in these circles that gather.
Thank you very much. So there's a question from Susie. Susie? Uh-huh.
Thank you. Thank you so very much. And I'm grateful to be a part of your gathering. So I wonder, Florian, there was one slide that I mostly missed, and it plays a part in my thinking when you covered the geography and mentioned how all new religions were formed in the East. I wonder the balance or interplay between Lucifer and Ahriman, say, with new religions, over the last 60 years in the East, if that is adding to Luciferic forces, or I don't know if I missed, it was about 2/3 of the way through when you had a slide about Lucifer versus Ahriman, but I don't know if that's a clear enough question.
Well, I think, yeah, I kind of stated that the East, geographically speaking, which has a different etheric geography as well, has more in common with the feminine. And Steiner gives this picture of the golden mean between the sexes. And in a male incarnation, we tend to overshoot that golden mean in a downward direction. And that makes it more possible for the male to penetrate the subnature world below nature. Whereas the feminine, having a looser connection to the physical, has an easier time crossing the upper boundary. And that upper boundary, the Lucifer is the tempter. The lower boundary, it's the Ahrimanic. And so if one sees that the feminine has something in common with this Eastern geography, where the population had in the past a looser connection to the physical, had more of a capacity to reach into these realms above the upper boundary, such as the ancient Indians and the Greeks, all these earlier periods when humanity wasn't so deeply incarnating and civilization was more centered in those regions, at least the advanced civilizations of that time. But America, we have playing a dominant role, and it's a place where one tends to overshoot that golden mean in a downward direction, and Ahriman then rises from below. And yes, you have, I was mainly referring to the old world religions. There are, New Age movements. There are various impulses that showed up in the 60s, for example, when that second 33-year cycle arose. And that's a period where the Christ impulse was coming into the middle realm of the human being. And that helped to awaken community. The caricature of that was drugs and, escapism and crazy music. But there was community building. There was people who wanted to get back in touch with nature and the environmental movement received a boost and during that time. So there is, when Steiner talks about the Michael school, he says Luciferic beings are there in that school as well. They're invited because Michael needs Luciferic beings to fight Ahriman. And so we do too. So Ahriman is there, as Andre said, within us. They're there in the double. And we need Lucifer in order to bring warmth and inner fire to counter the cold and hard Ahrimanic sphere, and vice versa. If we tend to get too easily out of our body, which Hawaii, it's easy to do, to get ungrounded here, because it's the warmth ether that dominates. So we need the Ahrimanic. For me, that's been architecture, working with my hands in the garden. You need to ground yourself to avoid the Luciferic, but ideally it's in the living world of nature. So there are various new spiritual movements that have something to offer. So I don't want to just discount that.
Thank you so very much. That was very helpful.
Okay.
Florian, just one, it's not a correction, but it's 33 and 1/3 of years. So 1/3 is important because street cycles giving us 100. So,
right.
So 100, it's not like, something different, but 100, this is street cycles by 33 and 1/3. So, but what's interesting.
One thing with that is that the 33-year rhythm starting in 1900, the third 33-year and a third comes very close to the 1998 epicenter of the Zorat being. So you have those two things coming together at that time. So it's not just these computers and all of the internet and all of that. There's the etheric counterpart to that. One of our colleagues on Maui calls it the Ethernet, as opposed to the etheric net, as opposed to the electromagnetic net.
Yeah, and in terms of religion, so of course, a source of religion can be in the East, but what's happening in America, it's multiplication of it. If you understand what I mean. So, like, for example, Society of Consciousness of Krishna, this is American creation, with source in the East, but whole movement, it's, or I'm not sure if, do we have mega churches in London? So you don't know what means mega church, but mega church, this is huge stadium size cathedrals or temples, which is like, with 3 or 4, maybe 5,000 people attending service. So, and it's actually translated on TV or in the computer, etc., etc.
Yeah.
This is also like, it's very, very American.
I think it is. I don't think it exists in London.
Well, no, it's not existing. But in America, it's existing. Mega church, it's American creation. So it's always tendency to multiply and to some degree to do like mechanical conveyor to produce many. So it's interesting tendency. So we have to be aware of it. Okay, so Susie, are you complete? Yeah, thank you so much. And Kay, Randolph?
Yes, thank you very much. I feel very baffled and very, very pained because I have from this lecture an even greater sense of responsibility to my sisters and brothers in humanity. And I've heard community talked about, I remember hearing an earlier lecture by Florian in which I raised a question, and you said, Florian, yes, there were about 60,000 anthroposophists in the world. That compares to a population of 8.2 billion people. And I understand that at some time in the future, there will be 6 million anthroposophists, according to Steiner, if I've understood correctly. That, I presume, would still be compared to billions and billions of incarnated human beings. And I don't understand, even if we were all able to gather together, which I certainly can't do in Indiana. I haven't yet had a direct conversation person to person with any anthroposophist in Indiana. But if we were all working together, how much could we actually expect to do to give to humanity? I am just so pained and mystified. I'm baffled, and I feel that I don't even hear attention given to how it is anthroposophists should be giving to all the people in the world. And is my question making sense, Florian?
Yeah, I've said before that I think that it's kind of a homeopathic medicine that's possible, and we're still early in the second coming of Christ in the Etheric. Steiner talks about 2,500 years it's going to be unfolding, and that you have the tendency in these archangelic ages, which run 2,160 years, for the first half of the reign of the new archangelic leading spirit. The earlier, which in this case would be the Gabriel archangel, would continue their influence into the first half of the Michael age. So we're very much still experiencing the after effects of the Gabriel age, where nationalism, where genetics and modern science and race consciousness were more in their right timing. So that's kind of carrying over. And often you need crises. If enough people aren't waking up to the spiritual world directly, then karma takes over, just like illnesses, karmic illnesses. They are often wake-up calls for the people who are ill. Well, the same can be said for a society. And obviously the First and Second World War were those kind of major crises that had to do with the fact that human beings weren't coping very well with the mystery of good and evil. And the fact that the sculptural group that Rudolf Steiner had wanted to be in the middle of the stage of the second Goetheanum instead got put into a side room, that's a symptom of even the anthroposophists being sort of weak when it comes to facing the mystery of evil. So when it comes to Christianity, you have this dialogue where Peter has to meet the Christ at the Garden of Gethsemane, and he's telling him 3 times, "Feed my sheep," which is kind of a counterpart to the 3 times that Peter denied him. So the Peter Christianity, which is more earthbound due to its Roman history and state religion, has difficulty dealing with the mystery of evil. And so Peter doesn't quite understand the disciple John and asks him, what about him? This is in the last part of the fourth gospel of John. And he says, well, what is it to thee if he shall be there for my coming? I'm maybe not translating it exactly correctly, but it led to other disciples thinking, well, maybe he's not going to die, kind of thing. But it has to do with this being having a destiny for the second coming, just like Peter helped to prepare the first coming. The Johannine Christianity, Rosicrucianism, which grew out of it, have a relationship to the second coming. Rosicrucianism surrounds the cross with roses. And so it was there on the earthly plane while the Michael school was there in the heavens. So we need to count on there being initiates. Steiner speaks of the circle of 12 with the 13th in the middle. And we need to look up to those people to help them. In our age, the Manu is preparing for a new human Manu. And the candidate for that is the being who appeared as Mani, as Parzival, before that the youth of 9, the youth of Sais, that was raised from the dead. And we need to count that there are other beings like Rudolf Steiner, who was an initiate, who gave so much that we're benefiting from. And so we have to be patient and do our part in helping to prepare an incarnation for Mani. Rudolf Steiner said that he would like to incarnate during this beginning of the new millennium to give a new impulse. And if we look ahead to the 6th age, where this whole sequence of 7 ages has its ripe fruit, just like in Atlantean times it was the 5th, these sevenfold sequence, it's the 6th. The 7th will be overripe, lukewarm. So we're meant to prepare that. And at that time, the Maitreya Bodhisattva will come and will speak in such a way that he awakens moral qualities in human beings, a new kind of speaking. So the Bodhisattvas are agents of grace in human evolution. A Bodhisattva works for 5,000 years, continually reincarnating and ultimately reaching a point where an archangel can incorporate in them and give a new aspect of the larger Christ impulse. So Steiner indicated that there are 12 bodhisattva. 6 of them appeared before Christ. Gautama Buddha was the last, and Maitreya is the first of the 6 post-Christian. And the 12 thrones around the stage in the Little Gurtianam are said to be seats for those bodhisattvas that Steiner kind of looked up to. He talks about how his understanding of the second coming was dependent on this Maitreya Bodhisattva. So those are kind of things. We need to recognize the people who have something to bring. Then we help them to bring it much stronger. And so we need to be each other's awakener. That's the new community impulse. And heard from that quote earlier that Chicago is a special place that can benefit the whole of America. So we need to support the work of what's going on there to help that transmission to increase and reach more people. And there needs to be a circle there that meets to cultivate these forces. And I'm sure there are. The Christian community is very much present there too. So anyways, that's, we can't let ourselves get depressed because things look dark. There's the light is waiting to enter. We just have to reach a point where we had enough of habits that hold us back. And sort of each of us, Steiner indicated, have the being Amfortas and Parsival within us. And he says the main way that the adversary forces of the Ahrimanic enter the human being is through the sexual. So if we're told we're just higher animals, we're descended from apes, then our instinctual life is all important, and it's very easy to succumb to our instinctual life. And then pornography is everywhere, so it pollutes our soul and pulls us down into that lower nature. But Parsival is the awakener of Amfortas at a certain point when Amfortas becomes ready to be healed. So our society isn't yet ready to be healed. Even the anthroposophical society, in my view, is in an Amfortas stage. It's sick. It's waiting for Parsival, but it has to realize it's sick. It has to pray and meditate on this healer that's all around, that's waiting to enter the human heart. We just have to lift, just like the stone from the grave. We've got a stone that prevents these forces entering our hearts, which can shine and become Michaelic. And then we can break out of the prison of the body and experience our larger self.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, dear friends. So, dear Florian, thank you so much. So I can hear somebody serving lunch in your place already. So, which means it's 1 o'clock in Honolulu, and we're working exactly 4 hours and 4 minutes. So, which is record. Well, but it's so productive. It's so productive, and yeah, so 100 friends were online, and now it's down to 25. I think it's great. It's a good beginning of Holy Night season and 12 Holy Nights, and good awakening impulse from you. Mm-hmm. Wow, from Hawaii, by the way. This strong vegetative life. So who can give such presentation in the age of 77? Well, dear friends, so why don't we say a big thank you to Florian, and please unmute your Ahrimanic gadgets and say good human words.
Thank you.
Florian.
Thank you very, very much.
Thank you, Florian.
Thank
Thank you everyone for your support.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Until we meet
Aloha.
again. Bye.
Aloha.
And
to
thank
everybody.
you, Andre,
Thank you
for
so much.
organizing
Yes.
this.
Yeah, for coming.
Very instructive.
Bye.
Take
Bye-bye.
care, Andre.
Bye.
Good night.
Bye-bye.
Thank
Bye
you.
for now.
Blessings for the holy nights.
Yes, to you too, Florian.
To you too, yes.